Welcome to YellBro. I am Jordan, and today we're going to react to a video that I started last night. I probably got like halfway through, and it's Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden having a discussion, I guess, that turns into a debate, kind of. And initially, when I started recording yesterday, I'm like, this might be some gossipy ass shit, to where I'm like, this video might not even come out. But I found it actually kind of interesting. It sounds like almost like a playwright, the way they're talking to each other. And kind of I don't know, like weird like character turns and weird statements that sound like canned almost from both, mainly Hunter Biden, but a little bit from Nick as well. And yeah, so I'm going to react to this, I guess, and I guess finish up the second half of this along with it, because for some reason this is worthy. I think it's interesting to peep out. But before I get started, don't forget to share, support. Hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please check out the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now where you can show up and have your arguments and, you know, you want to debate the king, bro? Come over here. But for real, like, all opinions are welcome. Whether you're a Nick fan or somehow a Hunter Biden fan, or you hate both of them or whatever. All opinions are welcome. And obviously everything I show you will be linked in the same description box for you to look at on your own and study and all that stuff, including something like this. As you can see, the U.S. Selective Service System plans a computer simulation to test how it would carry out a national mobilization of American manpower months before the government begins automatically registering men aged 18 to 26 for the draft in December, according to Military Times. Why am I bringing that up? Just to like add a little bit of news, but also, let's be honest, a large portion of Nick's audience is probably in that range. And if you haven't noticed, even though I guess Nick has since turned and said, yo, fuck Trump, he's trash. Fuck the Trump administration. Right? But beforehand, like, you guys, at least Nick played his role in building up Trump in the first place. And even though there was warning signs everywhere, I mean, obvious warning signs that I guess these guys put away to defeat the left, the far left SJW culture war shit. So they basically, through your own, angst, if you will, you end up sabotaging yourself. And that's usually the result. And once again, not even being offensive to Nick, but let's be honest, guys like that end up getting rich, filthy rich, never have to work a job again in their lives, and that little bracket of 18 to 26 end up in war somewhere, or getting shit on socially, economically, over and over and over again, which is how Nick built his following in the first place, right? That's probably why the fans were like, oh my God, he represents us. He's pointing out our problems in the world. He just did it in a poor way, and thus you got led astray, and now we're here. But, enough of the, intellectualism and all that shit and Jordan being correct for so long. Let's skip all that and get right to the interview. Here is Nick Fuentes featuring Hunter Biden. Here we go. Suck a dick.
The kind of first question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why?
Oh, also, to be fair, I don't know who, like, this guy's done, like, HBO documentaries and shit like that, so if it gets copyrighted, it is what it is. Which means you won't even hear me saying this. Anyways, let's play. Here we go.
Now, what made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple of years, I'm like a non-conventional critic, maybe, of what's happening. And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically, because we kind of share a publicist, I heard that you wanted to kind of... Okay, we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to like clear up some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that I'm somebody who I think, like you, actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mine's a little true. Maybe a little. No. But yeah. So I think it'd be be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So what do you think?
So this is what you call this is Nick doing his white guy voice because he's doing a job interview type of shit, bro. I'm trying to clean my image up, and clear the misconceptions. But it's like you say some rowdy shit, and a lot of times I think he's trolling, but he like plays this game where like, are you trolling? Are you not? I don't even care about the racial stuff, but like something like, oh, Epstein's fucking cool, man, and you start selling sweaters. Like I get it, it's like a PR thing for you, but I would hope that your audience is like, yeah, we're done with the joke. Let's get to real business. What are we actually about? What are we doing? What's the point? What are the problems of the world? Let's really go over it instead of, all right, everybody shut up. Let Nick say like what's going on. Because I'll be honest, he's not that great at assessing these things. He's not that great at it. I know it sounds great for some people because this is the first time they're hearing any information about foreign policy, domestic policy. Like this is their first like introduction to politics almost, potentially. And they're maybe what they've heard more of is mainstream people talk. So thus when they hear Nick say something about, oh my God, this foreign policy thing, right? So sort of look at the war in Syria and explain all that to his audience. Like, oh my God, this guy's a fucking genius. Meanwhile, it's like, no, people did the work before him. And there's more accurate assessments of world events. But this is what these content creators do. They, like him or Jimmy Dore, these guys, they're nowhere near the first person doing something, but they'll scream that they're the first person doing something. I was the first guy to mention that. I was the first guy to say this or that about Israel. Like, no, you fucking weren't. In fact, I watched you get your fucking, I watched you get pants in front of the classroom by Ryan Dawson years ago when Nick knew very little about foreign policy. All he knew to do was spout repeated statements about USS Liberty and hound Tim Pool-like people, right? Or Ben Shapiro-type people who are obviously going to have, like, bad takes, or Will Chamberlain or something like that. But let's keep going. I know people are fans and it hurts their feelings to hear shit like that, but maybe you should consider it. That maybe he's not so fucking smart at this shit. Maybe. Let's apply, though. Here we go. Chicago
is the most misrepresented thing about you?
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. When you mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday, Heil Hitler, all my niggas Nazis.
Morgan was Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess?
So I guess they did some editing here because this wasn't in the other version I watched. The original unedited, not made for entertainment version, even though it was kind of whatever. Okay, now here's what the fans will say. I'm sure the fans will be like, okay, well, he's just trolling. He's troll maxing or some shit like that. He could be trolling, but like at some point, put your big boy pants on and say your real answers. I watched the Piers Morgan interview. I've seen clips of his show. I've watched some of his live stream. That takes 5 hours to get to, by the way. He does like a 5-hour intro before he like starts his actual broadcast. And sure, he's gonna say it in this interview. He's playing a character for his audience. Got it. But still, it's like, put your big boy pants on and like say an actual statement. He uses his own platform to not say things seriously. He waits to go on other people's shows. Now he folds his hands and puts on a nice suit. Oh, well, people have some misconception about me. I'm not that crazy of a guy. And then on his own show, you see the crazy shit happening. Right? It's like, well, why don't you just speak normally there? Why don't you talk regular there? I don't get it. Anyway, there we go.
Traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology. So, I mean, look, I believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you know, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, you know, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
What you would call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think, I mean, would you not say there were some
him,
excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, in those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all the, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart, and I think that with that comes in a real responsibility. And you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age, maybe 28, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is that why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about,
Did the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know,
These are
I think I've heard
repeated
you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating the attention to.
I mean, the actual look at his fucking face in that little clip right there. The fakery. You motherfuckers fell for this shit. Oh my dear lord. Clearly a fucking actor, bro. Like, and it's gonna be like what Nick said about Trump, right? Where it's like at first it was endearing and charming, but now when I see his mannerisms, I can't help but cringe. Although Nick is still doing the same Trump mannerisms on his show, right? He does the same hand motions and all that stuff, and the stylized version of it. And at some point, Nick's gonna do some, which has already been happening, right? He's gonna do some shit that his fans don't like, or a good portion of his audience doesn't like. Not the super fanboys and fangirls, but like a certain portion of the audience that has at least some brain cells left are going to look at Nick and be like, this guy's fucking cringe. I used to laugh and like, oh, like I'm a part of the joke. I'm laughing with Nick. Now I'm like, ooh, like cringing, pointing at him like, ooh, what the fuck is that? That's probably going to happen. And it's already happening. It's probably going to happen more. Because, let's be real, you can't hide how trash your shit is for too long. You can't hide it, man. It'll become exposed. That's the nature of nature. It will get exposed. But, all right, let's play that.
Build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation.
And Hunter Biden, he's going to be exposed. You're going to hear this fool start sounding like Joe Biden. He's going to like, hey man, he's going to start sounding like Joe Biden and saying like these. Once again, from that time period, culture war, SJW style language of like, hey, like the perfect counter to what Nick does, right? Not in the sense of being correct as a counter, but in the sense of these two dumb fuck ideas will hold each other up for a long time, and the audience will be entertained and, throw popcorn at the screen and cheer and hoot and holler and boo and all that stuff. It'll be perfect for them. When Nick's like, well, race is real. And Hunter Biden's like, hey man, multiculturalism makes us stronger. Diversity makes us stronger. And it's like perfectly shallow ideas meshing together for the audience to hoot and holler over. Meanwhile, the idea of substance and wisdom get left out, and the poor dummies that are eating this shit up, they don't bother to look at themselves. Yes, you're the blame too. You are the blame too. Anyways, let's play. Here we go.
the outsider kind of radical say
Look at this
anything for
fucking
the purpose
actor.
of
Look at that.
generating
Fucking Chucky doll
the
looking at.
attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch,
can't tell he's a
ADL,
dweeb.
SPLC. And I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. And I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by the way,
canceling them.
that very well may be true, but you gave them a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
You know, I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or no?
Well, you know, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any edgelording, anything like that, they would, first of all, there was no sense of humor.
I'm so old. I don't even.
Okay, well, to break it down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism.
I was
if
the
you
guy.
don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel.
So, back up a little bit. Here's the thing that's interesting. Now, should people have been banned off social media for saying words out loud or taking certain pictures or questioning certain ideas? Of course, in my opinion, of course not. That's stupid. You should just argue against them and make them look dumb if their ideas are dumb. Just if you feel they're dumb, showcase they're dumb. But at the same time, right? Speaking of the psychology that Nick doesn't, dip his fucking toe, not even of his fucking toe into the water of that, which he probably should if he wants to be anywhere near the idea of wisdom when it comes to what's happening in the world. He's probably too afraid of that because then he'll have to look at himself, and that's no good. But speaking of psychology, if you go to work, right, a normal, let's say a normal, office setting, and you're at work, and you tell everyone, hey, man, race is real. You right there, you person that different race, you are more prone to committing violence and crimes than other people are because your genetics. Now, if you say that, once again, anywhere on planet Earth, in whatever language, to someone that's a minority or different from the rest of the people in the office, you might start a fight, potentially, right? You're going to piss people off. People are going to be like, ugh, go away. You might get fired. right? Am I saying that's right? No. But those, like, you know what's going to happen, which is, I guess, part of Nick's thing, which is, hey, I'll just lean further into it. You know what? I am racist, which is, kindergarten PR move to do, right? It's childish, which is why he's probably more and more so recently, where he has a show where he does the same ranting and raving to his childlike audience. And then when he goes on other shows, he's Mr. Mature Adult talking normally and, oh, no, listen, let me explain things in such a coherent, very, calm down tone, and leave out the stuff that I actually say on my show. I'll leave that out, though. Like he's doing a different type of PR. And it's like, interesting. It's almost like you realize that shit ain't going to fly too far. And once again, this guy has mixtape on top of mixtape on top of mixtape of him saying certain things where it doesn't seem like a troll, where they're like, yo, I don't want this guy anywhere near me. No, get the fuck away from me. Not saying I'm like that. Like, yeah, you can hang out, Nick. You may not like it, but you can hang out. But for others, they'll be like, I want nothing to do with that kid. Get him away from me. I want nothing to do with him. Or parents are like, I don't want my kids watching this guy. Like, keep this guy away from me. Just on shit you say, Nick, that you claim to actually believe in. See, when he said, yeah, race is real, when he says that, that's the Jared Taylor thing of, that's like masking the Jared Taylor idea that we know you subscribe to, or that you've said in a serious tone that you subscribe to. And that's going to turn people off. When they hear those ideas, they're not going to like it. But he's, in a way, once again, masking and trying to make it palatable for a mainstream audience. It's like, dude, someone can just play 10 minutes of clips of you, and it's over. It's GG's. I'm saying, besides the trolling, like, leave the trolling stuff out. Let him say, like, it's serious, where his face ggets red, he's ranting at the camera, looking like a fucking Chucky doll. Like, oh my God, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you're kind of like, ew, who's this little fucking dweeb? Who's this pencil neck dweeb telling me how I should think about the world? Who the fuck is this guy? Anyways. All right, here we go. That's just a...
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because look, you take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalists are going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew.
He's such a fucking genius. Now, what's funny is when you hear Nick's, we're storming the Capitol, right? As he stays in the back, as other people go storm the Capitol, he hangs out in the back, like nowhere near it. Gets in no trouble for it. Same thing with the idea of extremism on the internet, where he rants and raves and goes in certain directions. He knows what he's kind of going at. He knows there's some dummies that will just hang on to every word, whether he's trolling or not. And he's like, yeah, we're storming the fucking Capitol. Meanwhile, he's nowhere to be seen. It's just them getting arrested or shot or choked out or tased. Like, straight up. And that's what usually happens in the world of politics, right? Fake leaders leading people astray, and the dupes that fall for it. It's their fault too, right? They're not innocent victims in all this. They're to blame too. Let's just be honest about that. And that goes with any political thing, from open change with Obama to drain the swamp with Trump. Like, whoever fell for that shit, you need to take responsibility and say, hey, I fell for that, and that will never happen again. But who's done it? Who's doing that little psychological work there? Who's doing that? Got it. All right. I'll try to let it play more. It's just there's too much shit where it's like, man, someone who's brand new to Nick Fuentes, they might view this like, man, this guy's he's like a nice, modest guy, humble. Why'd he get in trouble? Right? And I'm like, nah, fuck out of here, bro. Not skating by with your dumb fuckery. All right, here we go.
Up, Elon bought Twitter, and what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan, and now, there's no gatekeepers.
Does it?
And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And I think that's because the message from the left was you're crushed. You have no options. You can't win. There's no alternative. Trump.
Oh, that was their thing, right? That was their that was the indie left news type thing, the Jimmy Dores of the world. Like, hey, listen, voting won't solve anything. Like, they're both corrupt political parties. Like, fuck all these guys. That was already blatantly already there. I don't understand how that. I'll shut up.
Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter. You
He's like
can't have a
Candace
job.
Owens,
And so
putting
people
himself
started
at the
to say,
center
okay,
of
well,
all these different
you know,
things that
we
already
still
exist.
exist. We're still here. We still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided. I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so there, we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top 3 things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just flat out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust
Right,
didn't
bro.
happen. And my parents
There's
were
like
like,
guys on the couch
we
high
cannot
five.
believe.
Those are my, those would be top
Nick, yeah.
3 things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people
guys
take
should find
you
metric,
out of
man.
context. And
Yeah.
I do agree. Look, on both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me, the mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, you know, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, you know, we don't want you on our, you know, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for a, like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence.
Yeah.
And I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. You know, there's
He's against certain violence. And by violence, he means like human against human violence, right? Not a sport, not MMA and boxing, right? But actual like warfare style violence, right? And he's against that. Except when it comes to foreign policy. Now he's actually for it. He has said blatantly, and he wasn't in troll voice, right? He wasn't in Chucky mode. He has said, like, yeah, I'm good with America dominating the fucking world. And that, to me, is actually the most dangerous shit that Nick says out loud. That people fall for and follow. Yeah, we have once again, a so-called Christ-loving person wants, in a way, American world dominance. He's okay with tyranny. He's okay with blowing places up. Just make sure it's the right place and make sure we're not doing it for some other country like Israel. Make sure we're blowing them up for us, which wouldn't be for us. It'd be for the apparatus, the governmental apparatus, right? And when people make this argument, and I'm not even saying he's a Fed. I'm not saying that. I don't know. But if there was one of the few things where it's like, you have a case here for this guy being a Fed, that's one of them. That is one of them. Go do some research on foreign policy and the things that the U.S. has done around the fucking world. I mean, they're all these countries are doing it. But I'm saying, like, look what the U.S. does in particular and say, do you want this fucking Chucky doll anywhere near the controls over that shit? If he's saying things like, yeah, you know, Monroe Doctrine. We got to, you know, establish our dominance, man. We got to protect our hemisphere. Like, you know how that actually plays out, right, Nick? Like, you know how that plays out, right? Typical thing, sending young men to die that in wars he won't fight in. His fans will, but he won't. And what do Americans get in return? Futures and futures of conflicts. One conflict leading to another, leading to another. Prices keep going up still. Wages stay stagnant or even go down for all we know. Social benefits get lost, all that stuff. Once again, I'm not some socialist person, but let's say like when you're 65 and you get your Social Security check because you've been working your whole life and like, hey, I've been paying into this, so it's just coming back to me. When that dwindles away, meanwhile, we're spending all this money on fucking drones to blow people up in the fucking middle of the ocean. It's like, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Also, he has said it before. His problem with Israel isn't its conquering of territory. It's that we're paying for it. At least he said that early on. Maybe he changed his ways because PR. You gotta don't want to lose too many audience members, right? So yeah, when this guy says he's against violence, that's bullshit. Because what is war? What, because a Congress says, yeah, we're going to war, that all of a sudden it's good violence now? Or if a president does it on their own as commander-in-chief, they call for drone strikes here in the name of fighting the war on terror, right? Is that different violence now? Is that different than like a gang shooting at each other, right? Gangs shooting at each other? What's the difference? Well, these guys have fucking chains and piercings and T-shirts and colors. But these guys over here, they have nice suits on, they wear ties. So thus, it's not the same thing. It's like, it is the fucking same thing, Chucky. It is. Remember that little word you said before, psychology? Look at it on a psychological level. It's the same fucking thing. What does Trump do? He blows people up and then drops a diss track that I'm smoking on, Khomeini. That's what he fucking does. Like, yeah, we killed your motherfucking guy. What's up? What are you gonna do about it? That's what Trump does on social media, bro. They show videos of him blowing people up. They do that. Except they are the law, so they can't get in trouble for it. And you want to talk about the numbers of people killed and affected from all that shit? It's uncalculable. It is just this giant fucking monster in the fucking room. And for some reason, a lot of these influencer guys always skip out on that shit. They always miss out on it for some reason. Like, sure, maybe they bring up stories, right? But their calculations of it ends up being like, well, Israel made us do it. Israel dragged us. Israel tricked us into doing this. And how about the 200 years prior to that? Like, did they trick you into that too? It's like, right? It's like you have to address these problems. Otherwise, you're going to be in a shit stain of a world, Mr. I love Christ. Let's be honest. Nick doesn't know Christ. He has no fucking clue. No clue what that is. If Christ is right in front of his face, he wouldn't recognize him. Unfortunately. Because Nick's a devil worshiper. All right, here we go.
A lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with.
Lagging, sorry. Look at my ghetto show. That's right. Zoom in. Where's your $200 microphone, pal, huh? Get a good mic. Shut up. All you have? All right, here we go.
Legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. There's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned. And it was such a broad brush and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example, they banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down. And especially now when everything is digital, that's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right. Because the social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism. But I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone just.
Well, once again, Nick, just pointing to, like, you recognize if you go to the cooler in the office, right? You go to work and you say something out loud, you might get fired for saying something out loud. Like, not saying it's right, just saying there's kind of an unspoken thing. Hey, are you allowed to say this or say that, right? In such a way, like, I think you could probably read the room and figure that one out. But, you know, like him getting banned is part of the lore, right? Part of the thing itself. It's part, like, it's, hey, this guy keeps getting banned. He must be saying something very truthful and dangerous, right? It must be like something dangerous. Let me go check it out. And that could be an appeal for people, right? And also the sympathy thing, right? An untold number of content creators brag, essentially. It looks like fake complaining, but they're in a way brag like, I got banned from here. They banned me over there. I'm not allowed to say this, right? They locked me up for this. It's like a badge of honor almost, right? And I would think most people in politics, maybe not most, but people that are not, like, that will go there to watch certain content or discuss certain ideas, like, it's coming. Like, I've had my own troubles. Like, it's coming. Granted, I'm a very small channel, but so. Anyways, here we go.
Agrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I've been talking and going around and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was
like psychology's a
maybe
big
an
issue out here.
illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these.
Corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly.
I just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why, I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle, I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes that like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall, it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick,
I'm sure, like, you know what? Let's start the ghetto together. Guys, let's come together and start the ghetto. Like, you don't think those guys want to live in, like, fucking mansions or nice houses in nice neighborhoods and shit like that where their water's fucking clean and, like, come on. That's fucking ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous. Some want to probably live in a all-black neighborhood. Yeah, I bet there's some. bet there's some, but most people are probably like, I don't have a choice. Like, I can't afford anything beyond where I live right now. Or, my grandfather's from here, my dad's from here, I'm from here, and my kids will be from here. So we're just here. We've had no upward mobility, as they say. But hey, if that kid turns out to be LeBron James, guess what? We're moving the fuck out. We're moving to Beverly Hills, right? We're getting out of here. So yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, hey, look at all these black neighborhoods that are started over here. It's like, what? What the fuck? You probably have a better case with like Asian people, and like if people immigrate over and they all like concentrate in a certain area. Italians that came over, Irish, they're going to talk about it, but right, like all those things that have happened in history to where people congregate together, essentially, right? But the whole black neighborhood thing, like motherfuckers are trying to get out of there. Like when it comes to what he means, probably, right? What he means by like he means the ghetto. That's what he means. And like those guys are trying to escape that fucking place. Not everyone, but majority, right? Everyone's a fucking gangbanger, bro. Very tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of the population. All right, here we go.
Okay, let's back up. If you want to talk
That's
about
funny.
the histories of New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like
I
after
tell
the
you
Civil
where
Rights
it's
Act.
blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daly made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not that wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which they had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah,
and so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. And so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like there is like places that are chocolate. Like South Philly is full of Italians.
There's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue, I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. So like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, surfers in San Diego or even like, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know. Everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said.
Also, like, yeah, exactly. You don't think, shout the gangs in New York, right, where the Irish were being treated like shit. They were over there in Europe, right, with their problems with England, getting shit on. They come to America and get shit on. Italian, same fucking thing. Like those people probably left for a reason. Like, the fucking the founding fathers and those motherfuckers, right? Like, we're getting shit on over here. We're fucking leaving, right, for religious freedom or whatever the Mayflower story, whatever the fuck, right? Like all these like problems upon problems, and our answer is to separate or make a category. Whatever. Okay. There we go. How about we just do this? Listen, we'll do this. We'll call Latinos and blacks, and we'll say, "You're white now." So then we have no reason. See, look, we're all white. So no problems going on. We're safe now. Everyone's safe now. There you go. All right, here we go.
We're just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative.
That haircut's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people.
What? Isn't there like a thing called gentrification where, like kind of known as black neighborhoods get eaten up by white college kids, like basically, right? And then they make the housing property like prices go up, and then people can't afford to live there. They have to leave their own fucking childhood neighborhoods and shit like that. Like, isn't that a thing? And also, once again, there's all types of pride fucking parades around the country, right? It's fucking St. Patty's Day, there's Italian pride, there's Puerto Rican pride. There's all these prides going around, gay pride, like all this shit's all out there in America. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking. Why can't we be white? Like, well, some guy's like, yeah, I'm proud to be Italian. Does that mean white? Hey, I'm proud to be Irish. Does that mean white? It's like, what do you mean, Nick? It's what? What do you mean? What does white mean in your sense? Fucking, shut up. God. Going back to Chicago. The suburbs, though. All right, here we go.
Get that local culture, and they do their, cultural festivals and that sort of thing. And white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example.
Or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little Italy.
Sure there is.
I mean, there's some remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah, it's important to note that.
But there's like, okay, is it strictly about Chicago? Is he like, damn, Chicago shits on white people? Because I don't know if you ever heard of Boston or New York. There's definitely those things that people are proud of too. They're proud of being from Little Italy or whatever, from Southie, Boston. All right, here we go.
Like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but as a family coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they.
It's Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden talking
in the same room.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. Expect stupidity. Expect it from all of them. All right.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right, here we go.
Flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. My grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. Yeah. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were there riots?
MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger, the same kind of anger that you feel about being left out, the same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated.
I saw Trump get shot in the ear and...
Did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
they're quite different. Well, Trump's a devil worshiping cunt, and he didn't die. Also, Charlie Kirk is like, I know people are making this hype thing after he died as like, oh my God, this guy was a fucking saint and an angel. But let's be real. A lot of people did not care about Charlie or care for him. Right. In fact, you are one, Nick, yourself, weren't you? Weren't you yelling and screaming about how fake Charlie Kirk is? That's way different than MLK. But
what was Charlie really? He was a fucking preliminary. He was a preliminary TikToker and podcaster.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, he's really not that important. If he didn't have all that billionaire money behind him, this motherfucker would not be able to draw 15 cents in Chinese money.
Well, it's more of
Erica couldn't draw $1 if I gave her a green crayon.
It's more like the perceptions of people. They viewed MLK as an actual revolutionary figure that's changing the world over, right? Where like he's just known everywhere. No one knew most people in America did not know who the fuck Charlie Kirk was until he got shot and killed. MLK was the exact opposite. Like he was nationally and internationally known, straight up. So that's just two different fucking worlds. Actually, didn't ride after Charlie Kirk. Like that's a different figure, different.
Well, there was definitely shit that got done to people after Charlie Kirk died.
Oh yeah, sure.
Even if
but it wasn't.
Remember that what was it, 600 people or something crazy like that got fired just for quoting him in public.
Well, there's people out there mocking him dying and shit like that, which is crazy. Yeah, mentally ill people. It is what it is. But MLK, like I'm trying to think of like who would be that white guy that gets killed. I'm like, oh my god, the world is. Maybe it would have been Trump in that sense. Not once again, not because I think he's some sort of heroic character. It's about the perception of him. If Trump actually got killed right there, I'd expect some violence to happen. 100%, considering the situation, right?
Now, if that shit happened, you could you can watch about a third of America burn down overnight.
I mean, they'd be out there. People would be outside. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, the entire south half of this country would be on fucking fire.
Maybe. But they'd be like, yo, they're trying to kill us. Let's go. And that's how black people felt when MLK died. Like, oh my God, listen, they hate us so much. They took our Prince of Peace in modern times gets fucking murdered for being peaceful. I mean, fuck you guys. We're gonna fuck you up for this. Or we're just really angry. You don't know what to do, so we're just gonna burn some shit down, which is stupid as fuck. It's dumb as shit. But some people don't listen. Some people can't handle themselves, and they crumble under pressure. It is what it is. That's just a thing that happens in society. It's still the case now. Make a certain event happen in today's world, and watch people crumble. It is what it is. They haven't worked on themselves. They don't have the fucking gumption for it. Watch them flip out. Just for whatever reason.
I'm not in love with the idea of property damage either, but fortunately, these fuckers in power only understand one language, and that's consequences.
Well,
if they understand,
it doesn't get shit done there, Joe. It's just setting a precedent. For how do we get things done? We go wah, and burn down a fucking Kohl's or a McDonald's or something. It's like, okay. Good job.
I didn't say I like it. I'm just saying it's the only fucking thing that seems to work a lot of the time.
No, it's dude, show it like people not engaging.
I'm being a little loose with the definition of works, but
we haven't seen, we haven't found work yet. We haven't found what that even means yet, because motherfuckers go right to their caveman senses instantly.
It's the only thing that seems to get people's attention.
Yeah, but what type of attention? Fear and self-defense, like fight and flight, right? Basically. It's like, is that what you wanted? Is that what you were looking for? To be feared? I thought that's what George W. Bush was doing. Spreading fear and terror throughout the fucking country to get us to do stupid shit. Aren't you doing the same thing then at that point? Oh, you're a child. You don't realize that. Got it.
I'm of two minds about property damage, generally speaking. I'm not in love with it, but if there's like a shipment of weapons that's supposed to go to Israel on a boat, as long as nobody gets hurt,
or in a factory,
I don't have any problem with sinking that fucking, because that's stopping something much worse from happening. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, but I understand, but it's you're essentially going with material differences type argumentation, which for me is, we better hope there's nothing more than material, because if there is, and I get your point in regards to like some kid doing civil disobedience by sinking a ship with weapons on it. I understand that.
Yeah. The question obviously is, to what end?
Well, the question is that an actual solution? Well, it's not. It's not. It's an action being done.
Oh, it's not my ideal solution either.
Well, it's like, does it come back to just making you feel better about yourself, or does it come back to we're working day and night, 24/7 to try to fix things, actually fix things, or is it something that makes you feel better for a little bit? Hey, man, one boat down, but 20 more around the corner. There they go. How do we fix that one? Oh, now we're in jail for the rest of our lives too after doing it. Once again, I would understand, and in fact, to a certain degree, I agree with such an action. Right? Fuck that boat. But
Yeah,
you have to think a little bit bigger.
fuck that boat. Fuck that boat and fuck anybody who loaded it.
Yeah, but at the same time, if I prick them with a fucking pen on their arm and they fucking flip out, it's like, well, are you that person to be? Are you worthy of sinking that fucking boat? Are you? You sure about that?
Yeah.
What makes you worthy? Like, well, they're bad.
Begs
Does
the
that make you good?
Yeah, it begs the question: to what end? What's this in service of?
I just want people with clear minds doing their thing, not like become immunity yourself, where wherever you go, whatever you engage in politics, in literature and art, whatever, music, whatever you engage in, that immunity thing is walking with you. And thus, when you write a song, write a book, read a speech, or say a speech, or do a political action, you're the fucking cure. But motherfuckers don't think that way. They don't think that way. They go right to shallow end. Political
They're
fucking
Robert Smith.
dribble. Oh, God.
No,
Fuck, man. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I was making a joke about the Cure, the band. It's whatever.
Oh, okay.
But yes, you should be the Cure.
Yeah. Just good luck. Like, people, good luck even like trying to find out what that means. And don't wait till the lights are about to turn off. Don't wait for that. But either way, let's keep playing. Let me just reset it real fast. Just in case. All right, here we go.
That different.
Absolutely
Charlie
100%.
Kirk got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated
whom?
all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
What?
He's got a
Isn't the
transgender
jury still out
boyfriend.
on
Does that
whether
make him
Tyler
liberal?
actually
Because
did
he's
this or not?
transgender? Because
What a dumb fucking like that shows how like once again just no real thought that didn't think about it and why people call this guy a fed is because he just went with well Tyler Robinson, he's liberal. How do you know that? Trans boyfriend. Like, okay.
It's
All
like
right.
if you're that, you don't have to be a Fed.
Yeah, it's okay, Nick. Heard I was deeply thought out and all that. All right, here we go. It's like that's such a childish sounding answer. Like where'd the the coherent adult go? Where'd he go, Nick? Here we go.
yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
What?
He's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender?
I
Because
think
he's
so.
gay?
Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend. Yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal.
I think he was liberal. Yeah.
Remember, Charlie Kirk toured the country with a gay veteran, gay black veteran, toured the country with the dude to try to make, I guess, conservative youth or maybe they were already like, less, angry about gay people being around, I guess, or whatever. But
Well,
Charlie Kirk toured the country with a gay black man. Straight up.
it's a token.
It is what it is.
Somebody that can trot out to say, "See, conservatives are right about everything." It's the same fucking shit they do with John Fetterman.
Yeah. I mean, well, it is what it is. They all do that. It's like AOC doing black voices when she's in a black church doing a speech. And I tell y'all, the Lord has sent me here to save you people of South Carolina. It's like, or whatever, right? Like
Yeah, she did fucking do that, didn't she?
their voices change and shit. Yeah, they're a bunch of PR weirdos. But the point is, like, well, he's gay, liberal. Like, well, once again, Charlie Kirk toured the country with a gay black man. I'm sure he's cool with the trans. What's her name? What's the trans lady's name?
Blair White.
Blair White. I'm sure he's cool with her. So Once again, all right.
He's as cool with her as she is useful to him.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way.
Yeah, probably. It's PR shit. But all right, here we go.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? And grew up in a Mormon household. And he went to a largely Mormon college. And he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s,
Fuck.
Oh fuck! I would feel bad for those kids. Like, you're an accessory. You're a doll. You're a doll for him. And also, once again, this guy, if Christ was right in front of his face, he wouldn't see him. Like, get out of my fucking way, you fucking beggar! Excuse me. I'm going to Chicago. Right? He'd be fucking walking around Christ, and if he found out it was Christ, he'd run for his fucking life. He'd run. He looks like a runner. He sounds like a runner. And a Chucky doll. He's out of here. Imagine Chucky running away. Look how how stupid, like childlike, like baby-like running it looks like. That's Nick running away when Christ shows up. He's out of here. He's like, nope, that's too much problems for me. I'm out of here. Although there's no escape. You're so fucked.
Yep. If Jesus Christ appeared before him, as was described in old Hebrew versions of the Bible, he'd probably call him a fucking raghead or something.
Hey, pal, get a fucking job, you loser. Fuck you. I'm on my way to work in Chicago. Yeah.
While we're on this subject, I think that King James translation is one of the most damaging pieces of text ever written.
Oh, probably what people use with it, potentially. But that's just religion in general, right? It sways quite a bit of people. But anyways, yeah. That's good. All right, let's just play. There we go.
the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's
not when
burning
that
down.
happened. That's not when the white flight happened.
It is.
No,
it was
is
a big
not.
response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daly did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not.
That's probably true. I mean, LA building freeways in between neighborhoods to keep, South LA separate from the rest of LA. Like, these are things that probably happen. Let's be honest. And funny enough, the thing that
there's that shit. There's redlining. There's
the thing that Nick's talking
all
about
kinds
actually
of
looks
horrible shit.
exactly like a video I saw recently in the West Bank, like literally the same thing, where it's like, hey, you keep shitting on these people, well, one day they might take your gun away from you and shoot you with it. And what happens as a retaliation? Look what they're doing! Look, they killed someone! Get them! And they start just mowing down people. When you shit on people enough, guess what? They're gonna get pissed off and do something about it at some point. And when you have this figure like Martin Luther King, who's like, yo, guys, let's do peaceful protests. Peacefulness is the way to go. Now, everyone was like that. but a lot of people followed him, and he was, I guess, in a way, in politics, getting some things done, at least, right? But when you take the guy who's like, once again, his message is to be peaceful, and someone just kills him, it's like, well, what else do you like? What do you want us to do now, guys? What do you want?
After a certain point, they're asking for that sort of shit to happen.
Yep. Same thing with October 7th. You know, if the story's legit, same thing. What do you think's gonna happen when you subjugate people, you know, year after year after year, and kill their kids and kill their parents and their family members, their friends? Don't allow them to go certain places. Have like almost like checkpoints. That was happening in America. It wasn't official border walls and checkpoints, right? Like Gaza or West Bank would have, but invisible checkpoints. Hey, what are you doing in this neighborhood? You from around here? Where you? Right? I mean, that happens still somewhat less so now maybe than before, although still.
You want to know a great rule of thumb you can use for this kind of thing? Which buildings still have lead paint? There's a lot of buildings in a lot of black neighborhoods that still have lead paint and lead pipes.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's poor neighborhoods. That's the thing. So even if you drop the racing, it's still like, hey, if you're not generating money for let's be real, a country that blows people up every fucking
You're
day.
part of the underclass, essentially.
Yeah. You are essentially a nuisance, and it's okay if you die. And that's where sorry, Nick, certain realities that Jared Taylor didn't teach you that you might have to learn on your own. But then again,
yeah,
I think he's kind of an actor, to be honest with you. But I got.
Well, this shit is why I say that these fucking ruling class motherfuckers look at us and see a bunch of sacks of meat that they can abuse at their leisure. That's all they see us as. That's all they're ever gonna see us as.
And potentially, some of them probably think that way. Those are called self-murdered people. They already murdered themselves. So, what's the harm in harming others when you already fucked yourself over, you know, a while ago? But not everyone's like that. Right? I'm not going there. But too many, just too much apathy around the world
to be a problem.
Yeah. But all right, let's keep playing. Like Nick's just like apparently ignorant of this, or purposely ignorant of it, or worried about PR with let's be real, his dearest fanboys and fangirls. Like, man, I have to like maintain this image of, you know, the white guy, the quarter Mexican white guy.
My money's on willful ignorance, personally.
I think he has a character he has to play. When the cameras are off, he's hanging out with a black dude. Like, yo, bro, pass the Hennessy. He's out here partying with Kanye West. I fucking love black people, man. And then he gets on his show. He turns into Chucky. All right, here we go.
Didn't he say he likes
Civil
living
Rights
around
Act,
liberals
then you
because
did
their
after
culture's more
the
interesting or fucking whatever?
I don't know.
He said something pretty goofy like that.
Okay, I don't know. But all right, here we go.
Of the desegregation because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well,
how
how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM
parts
didn't
of it
destroy
that-
dozens of structures.
If you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it
Like, wait, you're taking an event that happens and people get pissed off and a lot of them are just protesters, a lot of agent provocateurs, which Nick will not bring up because he might be one of them himself. But like, yeah, it's yeah. I'm just saying, like there's a whole thing going on that he's absolutely skipping out on and saying, well, like they should actually once again break it down to simple terms, like, hey, why are they doing that? It's like, say your real reasons, Nick. What do you think about? Hey, man, he's saying race is real. So why are they doing? Why is that the reaction? Why is it? Hey, man, let me just burn the place down. And by the way, once again, overwhelmingly minority of people, even within like black community, extra minority. A tiny fraction of people are doing that. And typically they're fucking the higher IQ ones that go to college and do these, activism groups and all that shit, right? And guess what? There's a lot of white kids there too, as well. Let's just be honest. A whole bunch of different races. But yeah, it's BLM, man. All right, here we go. It's just like this is epitome of stupid and
No,
not
if we're gonna
well
talk
thought out.
BLM, we have to draw the line between the organization.
Yeah, there's an
Because
org and
the
there's
organization
a name of it.
has leader. Movement is kind of decentralized and leaderless.
Yeah, exactly.
I know
Still
somebody in the
goofy,
audience
but
call me a hair splitter, but you know what? Fucking whatever.
yeah, it's still
Has
goofy
to
as
be
fuck
done.
to me. But whatever. Like it's kind of aimless, seemingly. But anyways, here we go.
It's quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
They
who's
were
at fault?
looting. They were looting and
Who's
carjacking.
they?
The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people, and it's black people that are doing it?
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time from an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
what are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Because they commit crime. And listen, it's not.
Oh my
Nick,
god.
That's not true. It's not true. Are
it
you saying
is.
that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans? Nick,
I mean, a lot
you
of the
can grow up
foundation
here
of our
like I did.
system of policing as it exists right now was built on slave chasers.
Sure, but I don't even have to
That's
make
something
it
that-
racial. I can make it common sense. It's it's once again psychology and the fear of the other. Pretty simple. It's pretty simple. If you reversed it and had an all-black police force with the quote unquote the most racist guys on planet Earth, right? Or just 5 of them are very racist, right? Let's just say that. Guess what? Now, whenever those black dudes pull over a white guy, they'll be like, "I wonder if this guy has a gun on him and trying to kill me because he hates black people so much." Like, it's the fear of the other thing. It's on stupid terms like skin color, unfortunately, but that's what it is. It's the fear of the unknown. That is the core of it. It's very simple, in my humble opinion. You could have a guy, especially a mentality of, "Hey, make sure you make it home tonight," where there's not even thinking about race, just thinking about, "I don't want to die, so you know what? Fuck it, I'll kill this person, protect myself." And also, they probably hear stories of someone someone else that was in a police force or some other unit down the street or someone they knew, right, who got killed during a traffic stop. Like, fuck, I ain't letting that happen to me. If I see tinted windows and loud bass fucking shit playing in the car, loud music, and this guy reaches for something, I'm probably shoot him. That's probably their mentality. Like, kind of like just like the IDF almost, right? Oh my god, I heard a branch move. Start firing shots at it. Oops, I killed a kid. Oops.
Actually, in the case of the IDF, they actually go looking for violence.
But a lot of them are kids. Let's be honest. A lot of them are
Oh
conscripted
yeah, a lot of
kids,
them aren't even 20.
and they're like worried about, "Hey, I won't make it home." So you know what? It's like the story of the ambulance in Gaza, where the ambulance showed up because someone got shot. Then the IDF guys shoot the ambulance drivers and medics because, like, "Oh my god, are they Hamas? Let's shoot them too." Like, fuck. And they're just shaking in their boots, which is why they shouldn't be out there in the first place, right? And that applies to a lot of police officers as well, who might be shaking in their boots, right? You can see some of these body cam things. Like, oh my god, you can hear him breathing, gasping very loudly. Oh my god, shots fired, shots fired. Like he's like trembling on the fucking mic on the radio. Like, yeah, like this. They're people, so these things happen. Like it's just gonna happen that way. Especially with social perceptions and conditioning and all that stuff. And let's be real, if Nick was running a police force, there'd be an increase in deaths because of what he's telling his officers. Hey guys, be careful of these people right here. They have a predisposition. They are some sort of genetic coding in them that wants to be violent. So we want to make sure you make it home to your wife and kids later. So, okay, so
Yeah, what's the shit that they used to call with the skull-shaped physiognomy? I think that pseudoscience was called.
I don't know. The thing from Django. Fair. But this is different. It's a different way of. It makes no. Once again, if you just question it and scrutinize it a bit, it doesn't actually make too much sense. But there are people that believe that. Got the Jared Taylor and Nick Fuentes, apparently. Well, this is it is what it is, right? And it's like, hey, don't you love that Christ guy? What happened? Where'd he go? Well, listen, it's fucking politics, man. I want white kids. Sure. And little Timmy wants monster trucks for Christmas. There we go.
Not true. Are
It
you
is.
saying that police
I will much
brutality as it
sooner
relates
give
in
Timmy
racism
monster
in the
trucks.
police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans?
Never did shit
Nick,
to me.
you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And
We're
so what
talking
you're
about-
trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
I said the problem is
kinda did.
crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the
What do
racial
you mean
dimension.
you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here. You
guys,
have a platform in which
I think
millions
we're-
of people listen to
I
you,
think
Nick.
I think
Millions.
Well,
What?
after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed to. You're right. We can talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys
Nick.
won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something.
This looks like an advertisement. I'm skipping that. I get it. Okay. I wonder if this gets copyrighted. Seems like a money guy to me. But I don't know. But yeah, once again, if you actually break it down, once again, this is why psychology is so important and philosophy and just observing things and trying your best to be correct about things. Because once again, if you're going to, sure, there's on paper laws that are called crimes, but I'm pretty sure there's plenty of things that our government does that you would say, hey, isn't that a crime? Isn't that wrong? And on a material sense, they're killing and harming a lot more people. A lot more. A lot more. And who's to say that doesn't contribute to why problems happen within the country or within domestic scenarios or neighborhoods? And once again, the people that are doing that, when it comes to government, right? It's a tiny percentage of the population, right? Very tiny percent. Giant corporations and these rich guys using their money to fuck the world over too. Tiny percent of the population. Gangbangers from Chicago. Tiny portion of the population, like very tiny. But for some reason, Nick walks away like, black crime. That's what it is. Like, what? Wait a minute. Hold on. This just doesn't make sense in reality, right? It's a fantasy that make you feel good when you're watching videos on the internet. At best. Anyways, all right. Here we go.
We have 5 films on there right now. Film number 1, The Art of Protest.
Oh,
Theo
he's
Anthony.
actually still
People who love the rat. He wrote in some
Okay.
amazing walks there at the play. Heal
yeah.
Thyself. He's had to put my documentary that I shot named Rick Shore. Want the
Abrahmata?
Peter residual sneak about, of course, and most are.
You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024. Because Donald Trump hasn't. Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff. It's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay. My point being is that
You did vote for him twice,
whenever
though.
you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, before, remember, all of us, it was the Irish Catholics who were committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans. They were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America.
Thank God.
No, I'm glad he brought up the point about how the Irish and the Italians weren't treated very well at one point.
Yeah, everyone gets shit on. Like, everyone gets... Oh, sorry. Every identity has been shit on. Like, it's straight up. But I think the world needs to move past identities and go towards individualism. Like, who are you as an individual? There's bigger questions. And the sun is setting. Setting fast. Let's do the
you could
work
argue
now.
it's already set.
No. Until you see people pulling their hair out, lighting themselves on fire. Not yet. All right, here we go.
It's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture are you talking about, man? What
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
No, those are, I guess you would call white guys.
Well, number one, Dante was Mediterranean, so
It's like,
there was a time when Italians were not considered white.
imagine me walking around bragging about Michael Jordan when I didn't fucking do any of that shit. That guy did that shit.
You can enjoy it. You can be proud of it. But it's still
that's
something
awesome.
somebody else did.
Yeah, that's awesome. But is that mine? Do I take ownership of that and say that's mine? No. And like culturally, you'd have a better argument instead of saying that's white, like Shakespeare, like, oh, that's white. I think you have a better chance of saying that's Western, like Western style philosophy and all that stuff, right? And concepts versus like different stories from other parts of the world. Like I'm fucking right.
See, this is why race is
Okay.
fucking
We're this
useless
stupid
concept,
and this
man.
late in the year. Like, it's 2020. We're this dumb. We're still here, Nick. I mean, I already knew that, but
We're still here.
It's still wreckage to hear it every time. He's like, that's what Matt Hunter does. Like, look what we did. Like, you didn't do shit. You watched others do things. A specialized, small percentage of the population. You watched them do shit. That's not yours. But put that Romeo and Juliet down. That's not yours. He made that, not you. Although allegedly, someone says that there's people that believe that Shakespeare didn't write those. Like someone else actually wrote it. He stole it. He plagiarized it. Allegedly.
I wouldn't know, so I can't help you there.
He made a whole movie about it. Like some other there's some guy that was like a lord or something like that. He was the actual writer. And Shakespeare stole all that shit. They clown Shakespeare in that movie too. It's hilarious. Maybe I play it one day. But anyway,
That
it's
could
just
be
like
fun.
it's insane. Like this is things you hear with black people too, where it's like, oh my god, yo, we made the pyramids. You didn't make shit. Oh, you go make me a pyramid right now. Go ahead, make it for me. Oh, you can't? Okay, then whoever made that shit made that shit. You didn't make it. Stop it. It's like a pride thing in the sense of like, that's mine. Like, that's not fucking yours. You don't fucking. I don't own Michael Jordan's jump shot. And Nick doesn't own Tom Brady's throwing arm. You guys don't fucking own that. It's not yours. It's for whoever gets to see it or experience it and all that stuff. That's for them. A viewer of the Patriots and Tom Brady in the dynasty years, right? That's for everyone who's watching, everyone who's playing, for Tom Brady himself, for the people that hate Tom Brady, to the people that love Tom Brady, whoever's witnessing, it was for them. It's in their experience. They got to experience it.
Might piss off the Giants fans again.
Well, the Giants actually had they got their win, Patriots. But anyways, like it's a part of your experience. It's not, extra years or less years because someone you witness doing something is white or black or anything. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no one person can own something like that.
Like, hey, listen, I don't know how to make a fucking computer monitor, but guess what? I'm using one. It's a part of my experience. I'm using one. Thank you to the person who came up with that or the people who came up with that. Thank you to those people. Not, hey, man, yo, that's mine. We made this. We made it. You didn't make shit. You watched others make it.
I can't remember if this was Matt Hunter or J-Tay or somebody else, but I remember hearing years ago somebody bragging about how many inventions have come out of Europe. Well,
yeah.
What were those? Number one, Europe just happened to develop advanced technology a little sooner than the rest of the planet in that regard, so big fucking whoop. If it wasn't them, it would have been somebody else. And number two, anytime something that game-changing comes along, what the fuck do you think that's built on? It's built on a whole bunch of shit that had to come before it.
Yeah. Yes. And obviously, someone would have to have reverence, right? Who could make something. They had reverence for the prior things that happened before them, right? I would think.
Yeah, because you and I would not be having this back and forth right now if Guglielmo Marconi didn't figure out the fucking radio early last century.
Yeah, and a whole bunch of it's like everything we have. A fucking fork, right? Like someone did something at some point. We're like, yo, that's kind of a good idea. Let's do that shit.
Yeah, and that only happened because some fucking caveman somewhere figured out that you could get this shiny and very tough substance after you stick rocks in a fire.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Bronze Age.
And
shout out to the fucking Iron Age too.
The thing that I think, maybe not Nick, I think he's kind of an actor, but maybe what his fans are attracted to when it comes to Nick and why they're maybe, angst and anger potentially. And, oh my God, they're trying to erase us is, let's be honest, it's hip hop. Let's just be honest. It's fucking hip hop. The girls want the guy with the nice car and the fucking chains on and listen to Drake all day and shit like. And these guys are wearing suits and high waters and clutching, crucifixes.
They're sold this particular picture of the world by those fucking merchants. Cool. They're made to feel kind of culturally homeless. So then they gravitate towards shit like this.
Yeah.
That's all it is. There's plenty of other fun shit out there to do.
Listen, just drop the idea of white and adopt the idea of American. Because guess what? We run the fucking world. We're the best culturally. Got the best music, the best artists, the best athletes. We're the best. There you go. Adopt that instead. Be proud to be an American. Although you can't run like you can't throw like Tom Brady. You can't run like, Barry Sanders. You have to accept it, okay, guys? Do something else. Write poetry instead. Use your intellect.
It's like one of my hobbies. A lot of the stuff I get for my plastic model hobby is Japanese. Am I a Japanese guy now? Is that how this works? Is it, Nick?
Do you have
Answer me, Nick.
Do you have tentacle porn? If you don't have that,
Nah,
then you're not Japanese, okay?
I went the route of the giant robots.
Anyways, let's keep playing. This is just like, once again, this is where we got kind of caught up yesterday too. It's just like dumb argument after dumb argument, and actually you're hearing more of the Joe Biden come out of Hunter Biden. You could hear it, like, "Hey man, what's the problem, man?"
Yeah, he really is the fucking he's the spitting image of his fucking dad. It's uncanny.
When he gets emotional, I hear Joe Biden's voice. Come on, man. Diversity. And he said that statement. Diversity is our strength, man. Come on, man. It's like it's a perfect, the perfect balance of dumb fuckery between Nick and Hunter Biden. It's like a perfect match, as I said in the beginning. But let's keep playing. Here we go.
Well, not for nothing.
Good.
This is just me, but I gotta call a spade a spade. Hunter's just entertaining to listen to. He has that it factor, I guess.
Oh my god. It was my first time listening to the guy. Hey. Here we go.
When you have some time later, go listen to the interview that he did with Andrew. It was just the two of them.
Okay. From HBO boy. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That's your white
How about
culture.
the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white culture?
Sure.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So what?
Because
so
you're
what? It's
picking
not white
out,
or
you're
black,
picking out one
Nick.
example. It really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm
really
not. I'm really not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Well, let me respond to this. Because
Wait, someone tell Nick.
I didn't know.
Go ahead.
I didn't know the guy who wrote Monte Cristo was a black guy, but it's not the craziest thing on the planet either.
I frankly don't give a shit. I was being honest, bro. And I like the movie. The what's his name? Fuck, the fucking 90s movie. I like the movie and the concept of it. But whatever. And I don't whoever wrote it, like, good for them, like, good.
Story almost.
Like, awesome, good. Good for you guys, whoever came up with that thing. The Dark Knight's better, but still. Awesome. But
if
also,
you want the full experience, I would say read the novel.
I don't want to read, though. I fuck reading. Boring.
Go to your room.
I am. Anyways. The funny thing is, there are, if I had to guess, 95% of white suburbia in Chicago would kneecap Nick for Michael Jordan. I almost guarantee. Like, that's our guy, bro. Chicago's like, yo, MJ, that's our guy. Like, as much as I said, like, yo.
Oh, that's not even a question.
As much as I said, yo, I'm not Michael Jordan, right? He's Michael Jordan over there. That's him doing, like, awesome shit in basketball or whatever, right? And culturally with the sneakers and all, and the apparel and all that stuff, fashion, right? There's all that, right? But in Chicago, they're like, yo, that is our guy. He's one of us. He's ours.
Yeah, he's a fucking hometown hero over there.
Yeah, although he's born in New York.
Deservedly so.
We charity, right? New York gave them some charity. Like, okay, here's Michael Jordan, guys. Here you go. But yeah, Nick, they'd take a baseball bat to your fucking kneecap for Michael Jordan, right? And that's where it's like, that's actual culture, not hyper super duper conditioned, but more of like, hey, I experienced something and it was awesome, and thus like I have like a natural attraction to it, and thus I'm loyal for life type of thing, right?
And what is culture if not just the act of people sharing cool shit with each other over and over
Exactly.
and over?
Exactly.
It's like anytime I've ever bumped into somebody from a faraway place online, it's like, okay, you show me your cool shit and I'll show you mine.
That's a major pause. That's a super duper pause. Holy shit.
I know what I did. You get my point though?
Yeah. Like, here's the thing. There are people with the warm and fuzzies that I do. I think it's kind of cool. It's nerdy, but it's cool. Like something like Eminem, right? The rapper Eminem. There are black people that are like, oh my, like not forcing, but almost forcing a fandom of Eminem because they want to like, hey, it's cool that it's a white guy doing this. Like he gets what we're doing. Or what do they do? Like in sports, right? White chocolate, right? Jason Williams, right? They call him white chocolate because like, yo, it's like a black guy but white, and he's like, if people are like, yeah, if someone like, I don't know, if someone screamed the N word around NBA players and Jason Williams is there, he might be the first one to stand up and smack that person in the face. Like, what the fuck you just say? Like, he's like, I'm gonna fuck you up now. He might be the most angry person in the room because of that warm and fuzzy thing of camaraderie and, you know, this shit's cool. Like we're enjoying something cool. Skaters, all different races and countries and shit that do skateboarding, and just like, oh my god, this guy's amazing. From some Asian kid to Rodney Mullen to, you know, a black dude skated, fucking Lupe Fiasco, like all of it. It's all like mishmashing together and
Yeah. It's
almost like
if a white
unavoidably.
dude,
Like you can't avoid it almost.
it's like if a white dude decides to open up a Korean restaurant or something just because he has a sincere love of Korean food. Good.
Oh, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
There's countries like I'll watch like cooking shows and shit like that, like Australia, right? Where it's like, you know, they're in the east essentially, right? So they're closer to like Japan and shit like that, right? Or Korea.
Well,
And a lot of those
physically,
guys,
yeah, they're closer to Japan than they are to us.
yeah, and these chefs go study over there, and then they come back to Australia and they bring back some of the food and culture with them. As much as there's people that are actually just Korean or Japanese, like heritage, that are doing the same thing, and they're like in reverence,
Yeah.
like, oh my god, I studied under this master of cooking, and the food's fucking amazing. This is like what I want to do in my life, right? Almost like you're seeing through your eyes rather than staring through the mirror, right? Like this is what I look like. This is what I should be doing. Like no, you're actually like looking out through your own eyes. Where you don't see yourself in that way, right? As like as an aesthetic. It's more like you're seeing others or embracing things by seeing others, right? But yeah, I think it's pretty simple. And by the way, with Nick or potentially his fans or people that think like him or Jared Taylor types or whatever the fuck, where it's like our culture, right? If they pick out anyone they want to pick out Shakespeare, pick out I don't know, AC/DC, whatever. Those guys would probably be like, "Yo, get this little twerp away from me." You'd be a big fan, and they'd
Our
be saying,
culture.
"Go away, take my music."
Say it
off."
again. Can we really own a culture?
Nah, but
Do you own African American culture, Jordan? If so, then I'm sorry that I missed the IPO on France over there.
well, it's like, especially like when it comes to art, artists are just like, "Yeah, fuck," like, like, no, get away from me, and don't use my song, right? They'd be like, "Yo, Nick Fuentes, don't use my music. Get away from
Don't
me."
use my song. Don't use my painting. Don't pass me notes in class. Don't text me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but most likely the case. And when you hear the Rolling Stones, well, my influences were here's the South black fucking blues players that influenced my music. You're telling me to?
Exactly.
Are you telling me to erase them from my mind? Like the thing I cherished. You want me to erase that for your fucking feelings? Fuck you and fuck off. That's what would happen. It is what it is.
That goes to something I notice with a lot of people who think this way. They either just want to take whatever they want and discard the rest, or they flat out don't care to know about it in the first place.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate, but let's.
So I was just gonna say, if Nick wants to live that way, then no more barbecue, no more tacos, no more pizza. What else? No more butter pecan ice cream.
Whoa. That's mine. That is Jordan's. As Jordan's and Jordan's
Exactly.
only. I own the copyright on butter pecan ice cream. Yeah. It's mine. Anyways. All right.
That peppermint stick flavor at Stewart's is mine.
Well, it's
Get
like,
your own. You can't have any.
But all right. Let's play. Here we go.
A rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Well, let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing, is that the way that you talk and throw out these historical facts, which, by the way, aren't fucking facts. Okay?
Which ones aren't facts?
Well, as it relates to the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, and the reason why we're all in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble,
proven.
because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick,
Get
here's the other
over
thing.
it. Get over it. It's America.
But Nick, you can say stuff like that, okay, without having to say it like that. And we
Okay, Nick,
that's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but it's
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept of community collapse? Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand. I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create
just throw that in there
and engagement.
We're talking about that.
Number one, I think this. Okay, for
You know what's
real.
funny about that, Jordan?
No, not podcast.
And again, this is just because of the direction my hobbies take me. I got more community with people on other continents than I do around here.
Yeah. I mean, why not just take the best of everything? Like, that's my mentality. You're inside, you're outside, you're online, you're offline. Just take what is awesome and just go that direction. Like all of it. Why not? All of it. Engage and take, be in all of it. Why not? Whatever floats your fucking boat. Why not do that? Is it healthy? Is it not harmful for other people? Or if it's about exploration and bonding and friendship and whatever the fuck. All of it. There's 10 bajillion, there's fucking infinite languages when it comes to the idea of love and experience and expression. It's infinite. Let's go there, man. Let's fucking do it. Why not? Why fuck ourselves over? Why do that?
Yeah, well, why rob yourself of something like that?
Yeah.
But the guy brought it up first as if it's a fact, and then, it wasn't a natural part of the conversation. He just interjected it like a politician is like, you know what your problem is this. It's like, okay.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. It feels like, once again, this feels almost like we were saying it yesterday, Jesse, where it feels like almost like a director saying, all right, cut. Say this. All right, cut.
Yeah,
Film
it feels
this
like
part.
TV.
Yeah, I bet. Which is, I think this guy was on his way to being like a new era Michael Moore, where it's like very like cinematic style, documentarian style thing, right? But a lot of bullshit comes with Michael Moore. But all right, what's up, Lila? Here we go.
Number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We are in look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have. And by the way, and they're out for you, man. Just as much as anybody else.
Why not agree?
So those platforms that we talk about that you're not allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to say real quick.
Money and his money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay, well, you may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like these billionaires, right? Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time. For you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, you know, but I mean you in general, but I feel like, you know, your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true. Well, and in terms of, you know, building community back.
Bring in a psychiatrist.
Like you know, the data says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or, you know, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, you know, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home. Go home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, you know, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't feel like it's safe.
If you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities, America.
Work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't feel like it's safe.
If you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, you know, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
You're absolutely right. What you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right? Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not, is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse, yeah. I think the things that people really care about, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African American urban or Latino American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of safety, safety at risk, crime is. I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
I'm skeptical because I have to be for the audience. I need to, make sure. I can't even see what these are. What is this? Okay. Violent crime. A lot of these things are whatever anyways. Like, my answer isn't well, look at Nick pointing out and Jared Taylor pointing out black crime. Let's focus on white crime now. That's not my thing at all. I'd rather do an assessment of why is it happening in the first place? Are we asking those questions? And we're probably not, for the most part. Probably not doing that. If we are, even that small percentage that actually is asking those questions, hey, why do these things happen? They're running right to politics. All right? And they're going to bring up an economic situation or something like that. And thus, in my opinion, the thing that probably should be touched on is just never even approached. Never even approached, except for a hyper minority of people. A lot of them are writers.
There is a notion of difference between somebody who steals food to feed their family versus somebody who murders just for fun.
Yeah, but how would you even determine that? Right,
there isn't a single rule for it. You
Well,
gotta figure it out each time it happens.
yeah, exactly. But how would you even know what the case is?
Gotta figure it out. Gotta dig. Gotta play detective.
Yeah. And then even the idea of fun could be you maybe you got fucked over in life, and that's why you're doing what you're doing. On and so forth. But all right, I'm gonna keep playing. I'll be right back though. Here we go.
Safety at risk, crime has been. I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
Everybody's going to fact check both of us on this, but I agree with you. But my point about all of it is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were our neighbors and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really have to leave your house to make a living, you don't go to the community center anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. And I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of AI. It all connects back to politics, right?
Because community is an essential human need, if not the most important thing. So when you're deprived of that, you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be everything's broken, we need to try something really out there. So you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be fuck this, we need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this male loneliness, incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the number one problem of our times, because you look at the young people and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene and extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood and then into their old age. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going on. And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites-only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online. go online, start spouting about politics, or, even not just for incels and right wingers, but even on the left. Someone like Tyler Robinson, he's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, there's a tendency there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree. That's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of...
Yeah, he hasn't a fucking lick of a clue what the fuck he's talking about. It's just more of, it sounds, for the normie of planet Earth, it'll sound correct to them. But in reality, like, where's your act? Like, break this down for me, like, for real. Like break it down to a real assessment. Don't just say, like, kind of matter of facts of things. Hey, well, people are online more, and, and that leads to, like, less interaction, and thus, wars happen. Like, what? Excuse me? Like, actually, like, break this down. Like, really.
He's skipping so many fucking steps when he does that shit.
Like, most people do. That's what people do, though. Like, and especially as commentators, because they want to sound... They'd rather sound more clean than sound more correct. That makes sense. Or it sounds like a clean, clear answer versus something where it's...
Yeah, they want to sound smart.
Well, it's like something could be, like, quite complex, and thus it demands more rigor, or whatever the word is, for explaining it, right? You got to put a little bit more effort into it. It can't just be mealy mouth fucking nothings, right? But hey, listen, I gave it 150%.
Everything is fit in a fucking Instagram reel.
Hey, man, but did you try? Yeah, I tried. I gave it 150%. It's not an answer. It's not a fucking answer. So, like, but then again, this is a thing of, if a majority of politics is that. And their idea of complexity is telling me about the pimple on King George's ass from 1535 is the the deeper answer for why things happen in the world. I'm like, that's not it. That is not it. How many books did Marx read yesterday? Like, okay.
At that point, just go play Trivial Pursuit. Seriously.
Well, just like I can smell the care from people, at least some people in the political world. I can smell the care, but it smells like they're also so fucking aimless. They don't know. They don't have themselves or the world around them figured out at all. And it's essentially, what can I borrow from to feel like I have a grasp on what's happening on planet Earth? Like, what can I grasp for? That's probably all disciplines, honestly, but I see it a lot in politics because a lot of people there are trying to make the world a better place, at least by their own idea of things, right? By their own understandings. But I can smell that missing. It's just something missing. And yeah, it is what it is. Respect the effort, though. But all right, let's hit play. There we go.
Feelings there. So I agree. That's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
The high school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite.
Oh, in the Model UN?
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time?
Not in high school, no.
Okay. So you went to BU?
Yes.
Were most of your friends?
I had real friends. I played on the basketball team. And the baseball team. See? Real friends. I was in the debate club. Real friends. Like, are you sure you have real... You sure? You sure, Nick? All right, here we go. Once again, that's fucked up, but it's also like, are you really friends with them? Were you really friends with them? What does friends mean to you, Nick?
One assumption I keep seeing kind of baked into this is that you can never make like actual friends online.
Of course you can.
I can't stand that assumption. Holy shit. That actually gets me mad.
You can find real friends. You can find real romance. You can find a whole bunch of shit.
Yes.
I mean, think about when people are in person, we still have personas up, almost like there are digital avatars in a way, right? Every thought running through my mind is not being said out loud in person to someone, right? It's going through a filter and I'm conversating and I'm looking a certain way, body language, all that shit, right? So there's things like that thing is happening like that. And that happens online too. It's the same thing. Now, in a way, you're behind your computer screen when you're talking to someone in person too. For
Yeah,
real.
mechanically, it's really not that different.
I mean, I just mean like, just like as a matter of fact, like that is the case. Like it is the case. Even if you try your best to say everything you fully mean in person or online, it still doesn't actually capture all of you, like what you're actually going at, what you fully truly mean, only in the essence of it, but not the actual thing, right? In person or not. So thus, there you go. It's like, hey, that girl's pretty. Well, she has makeup on. Makeup off. Oh, actually, I don't think she's that pretty anymore. Got it. Hey, this girl sounds hot. You meet her in person. Maybe she's not that hot anymore. Not saying I think that way. All women are beautiful, by the way. But I'm just saying, like, in a way, like that little metaphor thing I just gave right there, like, that's what we do. Like, that's called psychology, my friend. That's what that's called, Nicky boy. That he apparently is he's probably afraid of, unless he can use it for his advantage to sell more tickets to a show, if you will. Quote unquote tickets to a quote unquote show, right? More eyes. All right, let's play.
Careful now, you might give him ideas.
Yeah, a one-man show, huh? There we go.
We're still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not in high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU.
Yes.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online
Why'd you go to
persona?
fucking Harvard, huh?
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just a cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends, let's say, because, you know, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier
some replaying this,
circle.
Jesse.
Do you feel like you like had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that like you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends. Yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your like personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people, for different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said like some of the more extreme things that you did say if you know, I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to like take something back necessarily. What's like one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I.
Oh, it's just like quiet, like the Andrew guy. He's quiet, like, I don't like you, Nick. Like, I don't like your ideas at all, Nick. He's like kind of like trying to pull out things that could make him look bad, essentially. And Nick, as once again, people call this guy smart, but I think he's quite oblivious at times. Just like he was like guard down with Candace, and then she stabs him. This guy could be doing the same thing, for all we know. Which actually, honestly, that'd be points for Nick, and for me at least. Like, oh, okay, there's like a person there that becomes vulnerable, right? And then, you know, the reason why he puts the Chucky face on is because someone betrays him or backstabs him, and now he's Mr. Angry Child, right? Angry Chucky doll. But
it never gets old. Not sorry.
But before that, maybe he's like, oh, I'm like a vulnerable guy, you know. Hey, I'm just trying to find common ground, man. But you're trying to fuck me up. Fuck you. I'll take you right back to fucking Chicago. I will. You watch it, pal. Maybe it goes like, maybe that's what happens. To be fair to Nick, Ray has a possibility. Although he smells so much like an actor and a faker.
Well, I've said it before. At this point, I assume almost everybody in this space is acting to one extent or another.
Yeah, but maybe his reasons for being an actor is hopefully like something I could be genuinely sympathetic for. But let's hit play though. Here we go.
Where you're like, fuck, wish I could take that back.
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, like,
You know-
can you think of an example of like when you listen back to something and you're like, jeez, I wish I could.
Yeah. So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it, you just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that. Shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how.
You can always stop yourself and be like, damn, I shouldn't have said that. Like, hey guys, listen, I'm sorry. But like, for real, what's taking over in that moment? He can't flinch because he has fans. Not listeners, he has fans. And if he breaks the fucking magical fucking, crystal around the neck, right? He smashes it into the ground. The powers are gone all of a sudden, right? So
Kiss that yellow lantern ring goodbye.
so he can't break character, and that's why it's like, you see, like that should be like such a lesson to you, Nick, right there. That should be like a super fucking lesson. How come you can't stop in that one moment right there? Like, all right, wait a minute, I shouldn't say that. He's saying he realized that, but apparently he didn't stop until like, hey guys, I shouldn't have said that's fucked up. I shouldn't have said that. That's not right. Here's a better thing to say. Why can't you do that? Ask yourself, Nick, why would that be a problem? Well, the audience will be like, yo, right? You broke character to explain, oops, I made a oopsie. All right, here we go. That's very telling to me, but here we go.
always in the delivery that I.
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now. But
Like
we're
what?
gonna do it. The cookies in the oven?
Well, it's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No,
come
no, no,
on.
Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad.
I'm not mad,
Okay,
it's
I know. But okay. But you gotta understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do. And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise you it does. When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts. And you got to understand that. And by the way, I'm looking at you, and I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you
Nick,
lose me. That's where you lose me.
Nick, okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk or are you here to lecture me and
Okay,
preach
no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Oh.
So, yeah. Once again, I think Hunter Biden's also, he's kind of weird to me too. He smells, once again, this is like yesterday and today are the first times I've ever heard this full fucking talk out loud, honestly. Like the first times I've ever heard that. I heard this guy. But taking him at, like, look at the question itself. Like, hey, this hurt someone's feelings. Right? Because of whatever reason, right? Yes, and I think I find it quite interesting to hear Nick's reaction to something like that, because that's in the realm of empathy, right? And I'm sure, once again, he's such a Christ is King type person, isn't he? I'm sure he is. Where feelings matter too, right? Now I get it in the sense of like, hey, toughen up, it's a joke. Or jokes is going to offend someone, right? I understand that. But talking to, like right now with him, like, hey, that hurt my wife's feelings, man. Why can't you just be like, well, I'm sorry about that. Like, I wasn't trying to offend her. I was trying to like make myself and people laugh. Why can't you do that? Why can't you do that? And like, that'd be breaking character. And he can't break character. Little Chucky doll can't break character. He needs to be little Chucky. He has to do it. He has to hold on to that image and that perception from the audience. He has to hold on to it. which I said earlier, is probably gonna, as time goes by, it's gonna get cringier and cringier because like you're still doing this. The fuck, like grow up, dude. If he's still doing it, right? It'll be like actually cringe. But all right, let's apply. There we go.
No, so you're right.
So
You're right.
this is
Okay.
a thing because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
They
to what
really
you have to
are.
say. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say, everybody else is left, and what you do pick up. You pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel. Because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get, an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know, I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
Joe Biden.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative.
Pause.
And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well, in a certain way.
Let's let Nick explain the psychology behind
it's that
edgelord.
overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out. And it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel. You want to be defiant. You want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now it's...
To me, that's just weird that you're describing, like, that means were you knowing all that while you're doing it? Or are you saying this is how, like, I'm describing myself from the past? Like, what, or did you know this while you were doing it? Which is like, that's actually very weird. Kind of creepy, actually. So hopefully he's just describing, like, here's where just the point was to be, fart in the middle of a museum, right? Because it's so out of place, and people with their dainty champagne glasses and staring at Picasso paintings, and then someone farts, and like, oh shit, it's like, oh fuck, out of place, right? Or countercultural, if you will. Okay, but
transgressive is the word you want.
well, it's It's like baby. It's baby shit. Actually, baby shit.
It's goofy.
I get it, but like you're just doing what Hunter or Andrew or any of us did when we were kids. It's the same thing. Like basically the same thing, but I'm trying to like find like I don't know. Like in a sense of comedy, I guess the point is to, or sorry, it's his point, and I guess their thing is just to be like jackass. Actually, that makes sense. Sorry, Josh. We have Josh around here. You know, nigger, faggot, like that type of shit, right? Oh, I'm in.
Careful now. You might
Look,
get
he's
banned.
angry now. I'm like, you guys are like little fuck faces, actually, like little dweeby fuck faces for that shit. I call them frat boys, like that type of behavior, very frat boy like, and corny. It's like I don't know. But it's Dennis the Menace, right? It's like funny watching Mr. Wilson slip on a banana peel that Dennis drew on the ground, right? It's like it's the same. It's like corny, guys. Like, isn't that shit corny? Oh, this guy got so mad. You know, I threw a milkshake at this guy's wife. He got so pissed. Like, how is that? What? Okay. It's like it's not clever or anything. It's just like, can I get someone upset about something? It's like, that's so MTV frat boy thing.
It's
Fucking
it's the
corny.
Tom Green show.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking corny to me. Okay. All right. Sorry, I had to critique the comedy thing here. It's like, you guys are definitely going to drop the nukes. They're going to be like nuke droppers for sure. Because they find this. Nick, by his own words, has found no meaning in life, apparently. He has found nothing of meaning in life. Oh, fuck. Except, I guess, his celebrity. But if you take that away, there goes the nukes. All right, here we go.
That makes
Said the
him
wrong
a
thing.
sad
And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel. You want to be defiant. You want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it.
This kid
It's
doesn't know
lost
the
its
meaning of
power. And I think that,
revolutionary.
by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again? People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically,
But that was when I was a teenager. Like, that was the thing where it's like, all right, corny. What was it? Mean Girls with the Asian girl? She was like, oh, like there's an Asian girl in it, like a side character. She's like, oh my god, nigga. But in like Japanese or some shit like that. I'm like, oh, corny. Got it.
Oh,
Was it
that's-
Malibu's
that's
Most
never
Wanted?
corny.
Like, what is he say? Like,
That is never. The N-word has never been corny when a white person says.
I couldn't even hear you. Anyways, heading by.
that is what makes you get
N-word.
less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction, pretending like it's some great travesty.
So you think the new counterculture is going to be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism
Sounds good
had
to
its
me.
excesses. Edgelording also has its excesses.
Shapiro.
And I think now we're finding a middle ground between saying the
That
edgiest
Neo?
thing
Don't
we can
try it,
think
man.
of with no regard
Neo
for
or Ben
anyone
Shapiro, who is
and
it?
saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the
Has
American
this
experiment.
motherfucker ever
I
been
really
in an
do.
Xbox
And
Live
listen, I don't think
lobby?
everything about wokeism was
Probably.
bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was
But
growing
that
up,
was the part of the. Wasn't that the point of the joke or shitting on so-called wokeism? Is that the empathy part, right? That's the part I picked up on. I'm like, okay, there's a lot of stupidity to this, but that was to me interesting that they're almost like over caring. like overly, I guess, or with their actions at least, like overly trying to care. Like, oh,
You know
you're
what
trying.
they call
I
overly
get it.
caring, right? You know what they call overly caring, right? Gay.
Okay.
You're gay.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Liberal.
You're the only person that like pants when they try to like say jokes. Liberal. I can hear your breaths as you like try to like find the joke. All right. Anyways,
Okay, Dubster. We'll give you a few minutes and you can take another crack at it.
Yeah.
Sound good?
we'll put more water in your fucking dish, in your fucking bowl, and salivate. All right, here we go.
respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty. And I think there were some hateful attitudes. And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke, but I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, a different way of life or from a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
You know, one of the
Wait a minute. Oh, he's doing a commercial. I was like, wait a minute here. Wait, where did he go to commercial? What the fuck? Whatever, I'll leave it there. I don't know. Where does Nick think the race and behavior thing is going to go towards if people actually took it serious? Like, where does he think that's going? It's like Jesse was saying yesterday, like, who are you? Or the Jadakiss, like, where are you from? Are you from Queens? Are you from LA? Or are you from down south? I can't tell. Like, what the fuck? And it's not a sense of like, oh my God, it's so complicated or such a complication of a personality. It's just, it's more of a saying like, you don't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. I care about this, but I spout this. And not all of it is trolling, obviously. And in fact, the idea of joking or trolling has a thing to it to where some people actually buy into it, don't they, Nick? I'm sure you'll call them dumb for doing so, but still, that exists as well. So it's like, this guy's fish tattoos. All right, here we go.
strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost to a decade of track record, whereas
It is an ad, but it's lagging though. This is an ad, right?
Nick has been
In
doxxed,
regards to
swatted,
them.
had his DMs leaked probably more times than he can.
It's not
Both
an ad, I'll
lived
play it.
things about sitting.
Far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
You know, one of these strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Hunter had a laptop turned into a decade of strangers picking through his texts, his photos, his voice memo, and even his bank record. Whereas Nick has been doxxed, swatted, had his DMs leaked probably more times than he can count, and more shenanigans. Different politics, but kind of same experience. Somebody somewhere decided that their personal information was public property, so they exhumed it and sent it off to the world. But here's the thing that most people don't know. A huge amount of that information actually isn't stolen. It's for sale, legally. Currently, there are over
This is
420
mad.
companies. Your
Okay.
relative has been wanting me.
That was fucking.
Yours lost
That's some
20.7.
slick
It's just
shit
like
you just
yours.
pulled
Her phone find
through
your
in there.
address, go. You just sign up and send friends over 200. The number guess.
That's weird.
Across a bunch of party. Can you do
And
Mexico?
It's like if Andrew sees this video
60% off.
for some reason, just future advice, Andy, don't do that.
Here's some more advice, Andy. Quit. Do something else. I've seen it. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. The HBO documentary was not like, do something else. All right, here we go. Or get better, then try again. Anyways, here we go.
Back to Hunter and Nick. Hablas español?
no, not a little bit, I guess, from high school.
Can you do a
Shout
little
to
bit?
politics.
Un poco.
Okay.
I don't speak it from my dad, so.
Called political
Did you grow
brain
up,
rot.
like, around a lot
no
of
fucking
Mexicans?
standards around here.
No,
There's
all
zero
white people
standards.
for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman. They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that.
I don't know, like, for me, I have experiences where I laugh too. But still, like, you have to just, like, once again, empathy, right, Nick? Why, like, read from their perspective. What were they trying to, was that a joke were they pulling a prank?
Is that just sounds like some dumb high school kids ribbing each other.
No, he just said they gave him like a shitty assignment, or they were gonna do that because like, oh, it's some Mexican. Like, that doesn't sound like a joke. Was he joking? Were they joking? Maybe they were joking with Nick, and that's why they said that.
Like I said, they're ribbing.
But if that's for real,
it's a rib. They're fucking with.
Oh, I don't know that. He did. I'll play it again. Was he? Was that a joking thing? I don't know. The Model UN.
More like a hazing type of thing.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. He's just not in on it.
It's a joke on him to his expense.
Wait, what's
possibly career?
What's the joke? I'm trying to like. What was the joke though? I actually don't get it. I can see how they could be joking, like, "Hey, yeah, we thought you were Mexican, bro. We're gonna do this to you, ha, right?" But
Yeah,
are they saying, well, but are they saying like, yeah, if we thought you were Mexican and we were gonna give you this assignment because, you know, like keep you to the side, like push you away somehow.
Down.
Like, I want like which one was he saying right there? I can't tell. Unfortunately, there's probably no follow-up.
No, they were fucking him, but he
as a joke or as in like we don't want you over here.
Well, it more became a joke after the fact when they're like, oh, okay, you know, like when they got past the people, like when they just saw him on paper as Fuentes, versus when they saw him and they're like, oh, okay, they talked to him. Then it turned into like something they could tell him about it because they wouldn't have told him, right?
Yeah.
So they told him, and then they let him know about it, and he like the only way he can be consistent with what he does or says is to accept that as a joke, like laugh it off. But
yeah, but
it's it's like to screw him. Like if they just continued what they were doing, they would have screwed him, right?
Yeah, but that's where I'm at. Like, okay, I'd like me personally, I'd laugh too if it was like about me somehow. Like, I'd laugh too. I'd be like, oh, that's so ridiculous.
For you, Jordan.
Got it. Lame joke. Got it. Lame joke. Got it. Lame
Department
joke.
of Agriculture.
Got it. But yeah, I'd laugh too. Like, oh, that's fucking hilarious. You guys are at it, but I'd laugh in the sense
blacks haven't done anything with agriculture
get your joke
in 150 years.
Got it. You got your joke out. Got it. But I'd laugh as like that's ridiculous. Like I'd be laughing at them, kind of, in that sense of like, yo, the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are weirdos. Like, but I'd laugh. I'd definitely laugh. But it wouldn't be like, I don't know. Like, yo, what if that was someone else? Maybe they look different with the name Fuentes. Like, isn't that a problem to you? Like, isn't that weird, dude? Like, yo, that's fucking. You guys are fucking weirdos. For real? In 2000, whatever year it was, 15 or 16. Like, what the fuck? That's kind of wild.
It's weird, but he doesn't like to be on the losing team. If you think about his like world philosophy, like he's okay with like if he's on the domination side, like that's okay, right? Like so it's almost like they pulled him over in that verbal discussion. It's like they're pulling him onto the side where they were going to screw him over, but they didn't, and he's okay with that stuff. If he stayed on the other side, it might have been different.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, They have words for that thing.
Janitor, lawnmower.
Uncle Tom. That's the word for that thing. That's what they would say. That's what people.
No,
That's what
the
people would call that. Right?
The Department of Mexicans would be janitor, lawnmower,
Forgive me, YouTube.
lawnmower. Sorry.
Forgive me, YouTube. He's trying his best. He's not very good at this. He's trying. Are you done with your stand-up routine? Go ahead. You have more?
Guarding Home Depot.
Don't breathe so hard when you tell your jokes, okay? Don't stop doing that.
I'm not breathing hard. My window's down.
Anyways, he turns into like a valley girl too. I'm not breathing hard. Like, anyways,
Not like breathing hard. My window's down. Oh my god.
he does sound like a fucking valley girl sometimes. Quite hilarious.
Oh
Anyways,
my god. Look at Dubster over there in his truck.
Oh my god. Anyways, but yeah, Nick. Yeah, people would call Nick an Uncle Tom for that one for sure. All right. Oh, you're an Uncle Tom, bro. It's like,
No, kids need to probably call him Uncle Ruckus.
man, we thought you were one of those type of Mexicans. Thank God you're like this.
One of the good ones, they call
Thank
it.
God. He's like, yeah, guys, yeah. Like, whoa. I'm half trolling, but that's also hilarious. That's to me quite hilarious. Is there such thing as a Mexican Uncle Tom? Can we do that? Uncle Chucky. All right, here we go.
I don't know if there's a name for it, but we gotta make that a thing.
All right.
We gotta make that stick.
All right, here we go.
My name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club, they said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's, you know, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you went? Wait, what if you were and identified as being Mexican, and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I'm just saying
that's the whole point, isn't it?
Unfair
And I'm not,
or cunty. Like, yo, those kids are cunts. Fuck those kids. Unfair.
just
Would
said
be
that would be
accurate though.
unfair.
Yeah, fuck those kids and fuck their parents too.
But the fact
Wait.
that they accepted them, isn't that also the other equation of unfair? As in, like, let's
Yeah.
say you were different, right? They're treating you better here, which is also unfair. So thus, it's unfair in general, like, period, if they actually believe that. Or let's say we're just joking, right? But whatever.
In my
Why did it turn
experience,
unfair?
when kids would do that shit, it's usually because they like to fuck with people. Kids, jackassery is what they do.
But it turned unfair based on the outcome for him, not based on like what they did.
Yep. Or that
Well,
empathy
the real
goes to die.
UN,
So,
the real UN does this too. I mean, look at what they do with countries. Like they choose countries to destroy. So it's kind of on par.
Sure. A little off the point, but sure. But yeah,
There's a joke there. I'm not sure I know what it is.
well,
It's not. It's
either way.
it's just
I get the point. Either way, if they meant it for real, what the I guess these kids said to Nick, when they found out he's one of us, one of us. When he figured that out, if they're being for real, like they're being unfair by being nice to Nick, like actually in actual reality. But all right, let's apply though. Here we go.
be unfair.
Yeah,
it's
That's
interesting.
the
I'm just
point.
saying.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And
so
I'm
you
not.
may find it funny because you pass as a
'Cause you
white
pass.
Anglo Christian.
Yeah.
Do you think I pass?
What?
You think I pass as a white Anglo Christian?
Well,
Yes.
I not only think you
Yeah,
pass, I think you identify as it. Yeah, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview. Okay, and I literally on the write up here is like
That was
you
a
were
weird
talking
edit
about
statement on that. It's crazy.
how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school,
Right.
and the thing that you liked the most about Mark
Raised on
Levin
Mark
is how
Levin.
cruel he was
Poor kid
to
never had a chance.
the
Keep nodding his head.
I don't.
Oh.
I
So
actually feel bad for him all of a sudden.
now we heard this last night, and it's like, wait a minute. Your influences. Let's be real. Trump is one of them for sure. Like his mannerism, I feel bad for Nick's daddy, where he's like, "Yo, I thought I raised you. Apparently, this Trump guy is your whole swag. That's your whole swag is Trumpisms, basically." And the other part is Mark Levin, and probably like some Ben Shapiro added in there too. It's like, wait a minute, wait a fucking minute. You made it off people that everyone like hates now. That's who you made it off of. That's crazy. All right, here we go.
He's too young for Rush Limbaugh. He's too young for Rush Limbaugh, huh?
Levin's like the
Yeah,
underling
Rush-
of Rush
Jackass,
Limbaugh,
yeah.
isn't he? He's like the underling of
And
him.
he's probably older too.
Whatever. Mark Levin sounds so fucking like what a fucking tough guy. I love it. Can you imagine like being that dweeby? Holy fuck. Yeah, he was a locker dweller for sure. For sure. He got bullied and he's like, I'll never let that happen ever again. Yeah, sure, Brad's dating his cheerleader. Fuck him. I'll get him back later. All right, here we go.
I'll get him back by making him do gay things with the callers. I don't see. I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording, and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it, and without going like, oh, like whan, like people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which is positive without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for like
Nick's in a rough spot here because either once again, in words, not saying I believe Hunter Biden at all. I'm just saying in words, hey man, can you be more sensible? Like be more mature and sensible. That's what he's asking of.
Mindful.
That's what he's asking of Nick Fuentes. Now, if Nick does that, he loses a decent chunk of his audience. If Nick doesn't do that, he's not going to make it where he wants to go, right? Where does Nick want to go? As much as Candace wants to be Oprah, this fool wants to be Tucker Carlson. I don't know, someone like that, someone in that area.
Maybe Howard Stern in a weird way. Shock jock.
Maybe not that. I think it's more so like Tucker Carlson kind of shit in like that direction. And he can't reach that without dumping the childish, edgelord meme, racial, whatever the fuck shit he does, right? All the fuck shit Nick does. But also, like, he'd be betraying his core fan base if he does move on. Like, hey guys, I was just a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I grew up. But he's like trying to balance these things out. Now, if you're being real, you're not even looking at that shit if you're a real person.
Yeah,
But if you're a celebrity like Nick is, you kind of have to look at these things because that's your point. Is to be a celebrity. That is the point.
It's to be a sideshow.
Is Nick actually trying to change the world for the better? Is he actually? Or is it like, hey man, I got to live like through a thrill ride, and then I died. That's it. I lived the roller coaster. And
You watched this whole interview last night?
No. We're like at the point where we
Okay.
stopped, I think.
Yeah, I left at about 45 minutes
We're like,
into the video.
we're at a part I haven't seen yet, basically. We're there. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Okay.
the end of my conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours. But I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, that's why you like Trump. I mean, I'm making, like a very unfair leap. Because
self-destruction.
His first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that we're in a war with Iran, that he's ended 38 times and started 39. It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's just
What'd you say?
That line about stopping the war 38 times and starting at 39. I'm taking that.
Well, here's the thing. The thing that Joe, that Hunter Biden, at least on the surface, like where he's going, this does make sense to me in the sense of like, no offense to younger people, but there's and it's not everyone either, but there are certain sections that are, I mean, that's already been in existence in every generation. But this one has more of because of the internet, they have a bigger footprint as far as like people being aware of it. Where it's like this kind of like self-destruction thing. Like, fuck it. Drop the bomb. Fuck it. Let's shoot nukes up. Fuck it. Who cares? Which is why there's such a lack of care for the other. Because they don't give a fuck about themselves either. And that, to me, could be a major, major problem. And it reflects socially, culturally, all of it.
Nothing really matters.
It's quite interesting.
Anyone can see.
It's a interesting phenomenon that I think is actually playing a role in existence right now. But yeah, it's not just their generation. It's all generations that have that. It's just their mediums of expressing their, self-apathy is interesting. I'll say that the medium and the expression it turns out to be in the first place, and that might be more of like where Nick's like, "Fuck it, just burn the fucking house. Fuck it, burn it all down." Ironically enough, right? You have kids burning buildings for their political reasons, and these guys are burning themselves down for probably social, existential reasons. Unfortunately, but all right, here we go.
the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. You know, why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that, you know, just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that can considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, you know, Mark Levin, you got to remember at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in. He gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, well,
I thought you're trying to change the world.
He admits he's playing a character.
Yes. We heard this part yesterday.
Yeah. Full admitting.
Yeah. Quite fascinating. All right, here we go.
And it's not always nice, but it's funny, and I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal. You know,
whatever.
My money and put me on a no-fly list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
That's a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you?
The guy who sheds tears in church, but when it comes to actual life, who cares, man? Whatever. Jackass, man. MTV, bro. Terrible. All right, here we go. Whatever.
There you go. See, so we got it.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything.
What was that? I didn't hear.
I was saying just because Steve-O gets away with it doesn't mean he does.
It's funny, man. He fell on like he sat on a plunger. It's like fucking funny. Get it, right, guys? Fucking frat boy shit. All right, here we go.
No fly list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think like October 7th and the subsequent like pro-Palestine movement and the online worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican Party has this inextricable institutional connection with the Israel lobby, with this Likud government in particular. And I think people just started to see the hypocrisies. The hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars except for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. They said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone.
Yeah,
You know,
he was lying, right?
So exactly, we can go back to what Hunter Biden said before of like, well, granted, it was like a dumb fuck version of it, but I'll just steal it for now. You could see this in the first months of his first administration, but yet you voted twice for this fucking fool, twice. So once again, how are you? Why are you?
Things he did was a raid that got an 8-year-old girl killed. So it's like,
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you lying to yourself? Do that.
Well, let me ask you a question, Joe. Why is Nick Fuentes famous? For like being like a political public speaker type person. Like, why is he famous for that? Because he's quite dog shit, to be honest with you, and late on quite a bunch of stuff, like a lot of stuff. Why the fuck is he the guy like that? Is that fucking bizarre? Isn't that weird?
It's very strange.
But yet, even the biggest detractors of Nick, they don't point that out. Like, wait a minute, you're about like behind the times. Maybe because they are too? Is that how it works? Okay. It's like it's Edward Norton in Fight Club when he's done punching out Jared Leto. He's like, all right, whatever, and moves on. That's what it feels like for me. Like, okay. Like, what the fuck?
I can't disagree.
The detractors have their own game, right? Where he's like, they could use him as an example, like a caricature, an example. Like, look, that's what they're like.
Yeah.
So they just use him in the same way. Vice versa.
Yeah, they're, I don't know, matches holding each other up, right? With no fire to it, by the way. There's two matchsticks holding each other up. And people fall for that and call it fucking, oh my God, look at this structure. It's just two matches holding each other up. That's all. Here we go.
I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone.
We're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So I think that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish people as a whole.
Come out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's
just playing the audience. If you, once again, there's people falling for this. There's people falling for this. So wrecked by that, man.
It's like, I don't know. The people that are in the people that are still in his audience at this late date. Like, do you like just being pandered to, like you're 5?
What's funny, Joe, is that the people that really, or at least the internet personalities and some of their fans, are by their own words the most religious amongst us, apparently. And it's like, where's God at in this equation? I don't get it. Where's God at in here? How does it? Where's that a part of this discussion? I don't get it. It's like they're proud to worship as an institution instead of like actual like, hey, is there a super being watching over all of us? Is there? And it gets fucking lost. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck are we doing then?
If there is some kind of supreme being, I think he would be very disappointed.
Yeah, I guess. It's more of like the people that say they believe in such things. How come this is your behavior in regards to it? It's like, I thought the super being decides what happens, like your fate. Where what the fuck? Right? They'll cry in church and giggle at fucking massacres outside of it. This is where we're at. Like, it's unbelievable. Actually, like, unreal. Also, this guy's hair is crazy. Fuck me. There we go.
Causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to ignore.
Why the fuck are they at a Motel 6 in like New Mexico or some shit? Like, what is this?
It's now become maybe in vogue to say that
Did they address
the
the
Israel issue is very
I
narrow.
don't know what
It's just Netanyahu. It's
right now.
I don't know where they're at. I'm sure it's an undisclosed location. It looks like a TV set, actually, more than a motel. Like,
There's a bed.
like, look how large that room is for a motel. Like, yeah.
That's a hotel.
Yeah, but look how large the fucking room is. That's kind of crazy. Looks like a TV set.
They did show it's entirely a set.
It's a Bates Motel.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
Mother?
It's not a real place. It's a joke.
He's wearing brown shoes and black
Mother.
socks. It's just atrocious.
Mother.
All right, here we go.
of those other conversations. I know that it's now become maybe in vogue to say that the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just Netanyahu. It's just the Likudniks. It's just the Israel lobby. But, you know, what would you say about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this, let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
You know, I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and
Oh, like, yeah, he's for sure legit right there, isn't he? He's for sure bleeding his heart out for the cameras, isn't he?
Because he said it.
The number of swear words I want to use right now.
That sounds like business PR, you know, I'll be a Yankee for life, like statement. Like like an athlete with the correct thing to say because, hey, I'll say this and then leave me alone, okay? I got money to spend. All right, here we go.
Emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and mobilizing his power and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you were to say, what's a law that we could pass to prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American citizen. He can't buy a media company and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News. And yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus. Because then they can say, hey, look, these people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent.
Make him answer that.
To lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers. Bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes
it's an ad.
Everything.
Why's your face drop when things like that play, Nick? Why's your face drop a bit? Got to sink into your shoulders a little bit more. What is that?
He's not saying that. He's not saying that.
No, Nick like sinks a bit when he's like has to hear his own words out loud.
He's not hearing it.
Like
It's
he wasn't
edited
there.
in later. This isn't live.
No, I know, dude. I know that. But like he knows about the ideas that he said out loud. He knows that, right? They've already gone over it. They go over it. There we go.
Regulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes everything because I don't think that you a little bit of more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character.
What?
I'm not attacking. I promise you.
This guy's that's bullshit. You just
What?
you played that clip for a reason. Like we know you did that for a reason. But what's that? I already looked at this guy as like Michael Moore, basically. But
Right. Took it out of context
Wait, what?
in any sense. And then says, don't
No
character attack him.
analysis? Then why is he
Whatever.
here? I'm confused. What's the point of this?
well, this guy saying it was in the sense of I'm trying to be neutral, but in reality, like we see him like editing in.
But that's not
clips.
possible.
Fair.
How is that possible?
But like either way, he is editing in clips, right, of Nick saying things. So like it is like you are talking about his character regardless, right? You're doing it.
Yeah, you can't avoid that.
Right.
There's no such thing as neutrality in terms of you're always making judgments in terms of what you hear people say.
I get that, Subs. No, I agree with you. But at the same time, like, is he trying to be neutral? I'm saying no. So that's why I dismiss it already.
Yeah, this is
off rip
weird.
Right there.
What?
Like, no, you
This
are
sounds
trying
like
to
Nick
showcase.
said, "Oh, don't bring my character up." I don't know.
This shows Nick's coming out party for his coming out, but in a way that he's saying that this whole thing is entertainment only. He's not real.
It's for the show, man. In Chicago. All right, here we go.
That you a little bit of more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking. I promise you.
You should be.
As far as compassion, I get. I more just mean
He did.
straightforward. Do
Very
you
sorry,
feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing?
No,
as
and
just
what
like a
role did you
rabid
play in it?
In
Like,
some
excuse
cases.
me?
Yeah, in some
He
cases.
just saved him. Oh my God.
That one I'm like, if you ask it in a way and he doesn't apply to himself, you can like roll clip 34, right? Like, all right, here's you saying this. Or maybe they already played the clip, potentially. But
Why wouldn't you ask
again,
him what
that's
his
setting
role
up.
is in that, though? If you believe that there's people who've been doing that, you bring up Dan Bilzerian. Nick's not any better than that.
No,
What
he's
are you
not.
talking about?
No, he's not.
So why would you not center the person you're fucking having a conversation with? This is ridiculous.
I agree on a moral sense, but this guy's doing Michael Moore journalism. So thus,
I don't even know. Who
I
he
think
is,
I think
okay, so-
you don't know who Michael Moore is, for real?
No, this guy.
Oh,
I know Michael Moore. I don't know this.
what's his name? Andrew Callaghan or
Callahan.
I don't
Callaghan?
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like a modern Michael Moore to me, personally. But
He does documentaries?
kinda basically
Okay.
like infotainment style documentaries.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be
The
surprised if he's
format's not a
setting Nick up.
debate here. It's like holding hands, pretty much.
I mean, I assume that when he asks it in such a quote unquote neutral way, where it's not bringing up Nick directly, I assume that it's a setup. As in, like, okay, say your answer, then we'll play you, right, in the edit. We'll play you actually saying this or that. That's my guess. Let's find out, though.
It's even worse. It's like sneaky. Like
To
I
scream
know.
anti-Semitism after 2023, after October 7th, that's kind of crazy on its own.
To scream anti-Semitism, you're saying?
You can't be anti-Semitic. You can't be anti-Semitic. October 7th, you can't be anti-Semitic. How you gonna say that after that?
Okay.
What?
I'm not sure I get your point. I'm not sure I get your point.
Yeah, I don't think I follow you there.
I thought it was like more so like, well, maybe when it first happened, like, hey, you have to leave this whole topic alone because this happened in Israel in 2023, right? But now, I guess, fast forward where we're at now you 100% like it's the exact opposite. If you're not saying, hey, we're controlled by Israel or we're not, or we're overfunding Israel or some shit like that, if you're not saying that, you're on the outskirts, right? Like now, right?
No, what I'm saying is like now that we have 100,000 dead Palestinians, how are you going to keep screaming anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism,
Yeah, it doesn't
anti-Semitism?
work.
How are you yeah. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's failing badly too. It's failing bad. At least on the internet, at least. Americans on the internet, it's failing badly, for sure. Like that tactic. But all right, let's keep playing. Here we go.
As far as compassion, I more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
In some cases, yeah, in some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated because I think that, look, let's just be honest. I do believe the political left wants to make the Israel issue very narrow. And they want to say that the issue is this genocide in Palestine. And on some level, they think that the Israeli government is racist.
You f***ing baying pig. You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
And that's the problem. And I think that
Speaking of actors, holy Christ, what the fuck was that?
They've cited Hassan twice in this so far.
I mean, that sounds like someone that whatever. Whatever. I think he's full shit in general, but like that right there just sounded like acting to me. Let's play them. Here we go.
Bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
He likes to pick the
And
fights
that-
with people.
Oh, does he? Or is he selective? Maybe very selective. Maybe. There we go.
Baying pig. You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
And that's the problem. And I think that ignores that there is a broader conversation. And it does have to do with the Holocaust. And it does have to do with Jews as such and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity. So to try to shoehorn it in and say, well, if anybody goes further than this very narrow critique of Israel, well, they're actually helping Israel. I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Well, do you care a lot about
emotional
Palestinians?
Experience there?
Not more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why that they would be like, okay, you're just taking advantage of this discourse.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world. My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing.
He just said that he just kind of admitted earlier that this is all entertainment. So he is taking advantage of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would guess that. Personally. Like, listen, I'm an American. Like, what is your obsession with these things? Like,
I don't get it.
You might be a human first, and if you're religious, you're a soul first, right? So thus, if there's a problem anywhere, it's a problem everywhere. Shout out to MLK for that one, I guess.
No, he likes to put himself into into categories and little boxes and closets and things like that.
Catboy closets.
Yeah, that's where he's comfortable.
Well, it's like, listen, I'm
He'll
sure
be so much happier once he just goes to Ram Ranch.
I'm sure the fans feel very, unfortunately, feel like very comfortable in mediocrity, which is what Nick basically, like, if you compare him you compare Nick to 10 years from now, he looks like a fucking bot. Just like if you compare Nick now to 10 years previously, right? 2016, like, oh, he's a bot. But somehow he thinks he's ahead of the times when all he is engrossed in it. That's all. And the fans, unfortunately, like trying to follow Nick, like trying their best efforts to follow him, they're even further behind he is. And that is a wonder of wonders, isn't it? It's brilliant. All right, let's apply. Here we go.
This influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't care.
Now, does the left include Joe Biden and the son that you're talking to right now? Is that included? Because with Gaza and the quote-unquote left, aka the like Democratic Party, I guess, does that apply too? Or he has to like knock that one off, right? He has to be like, all right, listen, these guys all work together to fuck over, I guess in this case, Palestinians, right? Like they're working together on that. And he should have ample room if Hunter wants to defend his daddy so hard. Dick should have plenty of room to respond to that. But here we go.
They may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you.
What?
The right canceled you first. The right canceled you first, and Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you call the left, to be able to do that, but it was the right that canceled you. And by the way, what I would consider a radical right. The Daily Wire, to me, is a radical right.
I don't think they're even reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire they were to the right of Mitt Romney.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. And that's
they
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah. My point was, that's who you were canceled by.
I was also canceled by the left.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along. And whether you call it canceling or saying like, what the fuck? This is what I call it. What the fuck? like, well, like, what the fuck? And so, like, I don't find it funny. And just like you're able to say, well, I just think it's funny, I'm able to say, I don't find it fucking funny. I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you said about me. But I'm willing to sit here and listen to you because I want to get to this, and this is my whole point. What about fucking Donald Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah,
how did you get?
What about
of all the people?
What about Donald Trump? Okay, that's not a good start to me, but let's see where they go. Here we go.
Donald Trump.
He's killing all my drug dealers.
How did you get? How of all the people in the world? But you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context, for you, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad. The war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral, if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump?
He had a sick funeral. If that dude is older than me, I'm gonna freak out. He's probably not, but that's the Andrew Callaghan guy. He had like
he had a wicked wicked funeral, bro.
It's like, yeah.
He's
like,
probably 29 years old.
It's like, what'd you just say?
What the fuck?
He's wicked smart.
Yeah, check it out on YouTube. Wicked fucking funeral.
Yo, his funeral's dope, bro.
Look at the zoom-ins on crying faces. What?
What planet are we on?
We're floating in space. All right, here we go.
Yes, for our audience abroad, the war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral, if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
He was dead maxing.
Yeah. You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No. Do I want to? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Look, man, I would.
Hey,
can we get
man.
him?
He
Can we
sounds
get
like
him
Joe
in the
Biden.
hotel room?
So I want you to imagine.
Let's get him in
I
that
want you
chair.
to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to? How about what do you want to ask him?
Oh, put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is,
so his height and weight, like, this is why this is weird, and that's why I was like, this guy smells sus to me as well, Hunter Biden, because it's like you're going with like the almost like stereotype mainstream media kind of argumentation for why Trump is bad versus like there's some actual real problems here.
Exactly.
That Nick should be able to notice if he's so fucking smart and ahead of the times back then. Yes, sure. Okay, maybe he was a kid, but like he voted for him, I guess, in 2020 as well, right? Like you didn't nothing after everything you've argued about, and these guys are bad over here, and these guys are bad over there, but somehow I'm still voting Trump, and probably like campaigning for him too amongst your, the dweeb core, if you will. Not calling all your audience dweebs, but like, there's probably a good amount of dweebs in there. There's probably a good amount.
The dweeb lords.
Yeah. How are you still selling? Like, honestly, like Hunter Biden said that in this interview earlier, but it was still in the context of kind of what Rachel Maddow might say as an argument of why Trump's bad.
Yeah, he
and why
basically did the
known.
same thing on that Candace Owens interview.
Yeah.
So I was getting so frustrated because I'm like, what the fuck is your deal? Like, what, like, I don't understand. And he made his little, like, whatever alt-right debut on Candace Owens' show, so.
Once again, this is my first time actually hearing. I didn't watch that Candace interview. This is my first time, like, hearing Hunter Biden, basically.
Even on that show, he was saying how the Israelis were trying to come after his dad, too, and he thinks they're the ones who got him out of office. I'm like,
what?
Yes, on Candace Owens' show.
Really?
Okay.
Who is this? Anyway.
Okay.
Is he like trying to play the field or some shit?
And he was shilling Bitcoin.
Oh God.
And he's like, I love crypto. We need to get rid of the Federal Reserve. I'm like,
Yeah, that reeks to me of just playing the field to see where he could build an audience or something.
again, it's not that I have a problem with people saying those things. It's just more of the Bitcoin stuff. It's more of just like it's an interesting mix of ideas and
it's a weird lane
kind
to
of
take.
Maybe people that he might be targeting in terms of, I don't know, narrative wise, or like, oh, it's just Hunter. Oh yeah, well he makes sense on the economy. It's like, oh, he makes sense on he did say the Israelis tried to get rid of his dad. It's like, what?
There's a weird,
So confused.
kind of. There's like a weird statement that I knew played right because I guess shout out to Matt Hunter, all the like the Jared Taylor videos we've seen and the race realism and all that stuff, right? Where Nick announces himself in this interview as a race realist, right? And then you hear like these exact words from Hunter Biden: "Diversity is our strength." Right? Multiculturalism is our strength. Like it's like that like perfect balance of fuckery, basically, of like the Jared Taylor race realism thing and the we need diversity. We need it. We need to make it happen, right? Type of thing.
Yeah.
Like next to each other. I'm like,
Because Jared Taylor needs that argument. He can only address those arguments.
I know, and I'm like, are there any like real
Like-
motherfuckers out here that are doing this shit? Apparently, like, what's with all
I
the
don't know,
fuckery
dude.
and fakery?
not.
This is very
Like, what is
confusing.
this? I found that at that moment right there, at first I'm like, okay, I never heard this guy talk before. I'll give him a chance. Right? I'll listen to him with Hunter Biden. I'm like, okay, he's making some points of logic of certain things. Like, hey, man, people get upset by this, right? You acknowledge that, right, Nick? Okay, that makes sense as a question, right? Then you hear that one where it's like, that's a canned statement. Like, he didn't come up with that. Diversity is our strength. He didn't come up with those fucking words. So what is that?
Yeah.
Like, I could see him like picking his own mind. Like, what's that phrase I'm supposed to remember, memorize and repeat? Oh, in 1968, the fucking Civil Rights Act, or 1964 Civil Rights Act, and neighborhoods, and like almost like data that he had to memorize for the sake of this conversation. And it's like all like the weird cuts too, and I'm like, what am I watching? It looks like a fucking production. Humbly.
No, it's very odd. So, okay, another thing he said on Candace's show was about how the right and the left can agree on stopping the wholesale murder of, all the Gazans or Palestinians in Gaza, and how his father didn't greenlight basically like turning Gaza into a golf course. And I'm like, excuse me? And Candace let him slide by with all of this, by the way.
All right, I'm gonna have to go watch that because this shit's
I'm not sure Nick will. If that gets brought up, I'm not sure Nick will, because he's fighting for his own PR. He's like, listen, if you try to take me down, I'm gonna fucking end your shit to win the PR battle. So if that's brought up, and we all know, the Biden years in regards to Gaza, yeah, I suspect Nick might bring it up.
And then the two, because I wrote them down, the two Israelis that he had implicated, that he said were trying to get his blackmail his dad and get him into this corruption charge or something. There were Gal Luft and Alexander Smirnov. I don't know if anybody knows who that is. I don't know who they are, but apparently those were the people, and the DC elite who basically crushed his dad. That's what he said to Candace. She's like, right, yeah.
Okay.
What? Anyway. Yeah.
Oh. It says here that Smirnov is used to be an FBI informant.
And he makes wine coolers. No one?
Well, he says they're Israelis, so.
Well, he has Israeli nationality, but.
All right. Let's keep playing this shit. Here is more Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes. The most random shit ever. Here we go.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job with NATO. He did an amazing job, and that he got a raw deal from his side, and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out, and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now, because he has no answers. All he has is a finger to point. And that's all he does. My point is, I don't know what to ask him.
But Biden was trashed. Anyways, here we go.
Why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
What?
Oh, he's just
what? I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really, because I don't want to get into I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war, but your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on. Just an Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of...
Or they didn't secure Syria yet. That's also a possibility. Another strategical things. They didn't secure those yet before they could attack Iran. But all right, here we go.
Moves. Every single one of them knew that, and every single one of them knew that there is no way.
Your dad also attacked Somalia. Your dad also attacked allowed Palestine to happen. Lebanon was happening. Syria. Like, what are we talking about? South Sudan. Hello.
Also, why he was vice president as well.
Yeah, exactly. But I just meant like when he was directly president. Even when we're just talking about like the last 4 years. So.
It's we go down that list item for item.
Is Iran the only important thing that like is? It's fascinating.
It's when it's news announced, right? When it's like news announced, hey, we're at war with Iran. Now it's a big deal. But meanwhile, we've been once again blowing up the boats in the middle of the ocean was a whole thing with like Venezuela and that whole region over there. Like they're blowing people up, guys. Hello? Who cares? There's no like announced war. There's no announced, breaking news. We're at war with Venezuela. Like there was no announcement. So you know what? Who cares? Like you said, Somalia. I mean, every year, every presidency for the last how long now, bombing Somalia and breaking their own records of bombing Somalia. Obviously, the incursions in Sudan and in the actually more like
Al-Shabaab.
A lot more of Africa than people realize. The U.S. has been engaging in those areas. Biden to Trump, or sorry, Trump to Biden, then back to Trump again. That's happening. Middle East, obviously. South America, obviously. Eastern Europe, obviously. Like these things, it's been happening this entire time. So if Nick wants to respond, he has all the ammo on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm. And Ukraine too. I guess that's one that's announced, right? That was like a direct thing under Biden. So
yeah,
in terms of like supplying them with weapons, quote unquote, to defend themselves, but at the same time, like keeping a very nasty conflict going. And Russia's to blame there too. So it's not just like just the U.S. or it's just Russia, but like they're both their governments are both bullshit. So I don't know. It's like, what are we talking about? And maybe that's why they're going a little bit softer, because then it's like, I guess Nick won't come back so harsh toward Hunter Biden. But I don't know.
With respect to the Ukrainian people, whoever wins that war, the Ukrainian people lose.
So do the Russians.
And the Russians, yeah. Mm-hmm. That lose as well. But we seem to be, as usual, in the political commentary space, with characters like this, going very fast, nowhere, as usual. And we get yelled at for filling in the blanks.
Thank you.
Of like, hey, here's what's missing from this conversation that's not being brought up.
For identifying gaps, like, sorry.
You're like, yo, guys, stop pausing the fucking video. Hit play already.
Pause.
Like, yo, we're saying the shit that they're not saying. So that's why I'm reacting to it in the first place.
Yeah, and we're also adding more context because I watched the interview with him and Candace Owens. So, like, I remember the things that he was saying. So it's kind of interesting to compare it to, like, this hotel sit down, the Holiday Inn or whatever the fuck.
Fake hotel.
Bates Motel.
Tingy's about to show up.
Looks like a hallway from The Shining. And you just put chairs in there. It's like, what?
It is like kind of like 70s retro-ish looking.
I got you. It looks like that one of the rooms from Eyes Wide Shut.
It's giving me Southwest vibes.
This is the biggest motel room ever. Like, how large is that room? What the fuck? All right, here we go.
Yeah, but it's pretty big.
Pause.
One of them knew that, and every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology.
It's like he's just reading directly from. That's interesting. Very interesting. I didn't get to this part yesterday.
Like
That's
Joe
very
Biden.
interesting. Yeah.
Twa.
Like
Twa.
to a fucking T almost. Now, to be fair, right? People can like repeat things that can just happen, right? But there's
Sure.
no like some sort of like sinister thing going on. They can just like, hey, I heard this, and I'm going to repeat it. Fair enough. But it's just like it feels like such. Actually, the word certainty works here, and the also the hand gesture of like politician certainty of this is the case. Meanwhile, it's like did I hear that in like a tweet somewhere or like as like rhetoric or Joe Kent? But all right, here we go.
The nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC. And what do we have? The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that that's Donald Trump on everything. He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. He said that he would build a wall. I don't believe in building a wall. But everybody said that's bullshit. And then when he got into office, the corruption, the level of the corruption. I mean, people believed or led to believe that there was this thing called the Biden crime family, right? I know that is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest possible thing away from
painting.
Is he an artist? He's an artist?
Yeah, he paints.
I didn't know that.
He had a show in Soho like several years ago.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hard to see. Whatever. Okay. There we go.
Paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest possible thing away from politics that I possibly could. Don and Eric have done over $1.3 billion in contracts, just in contracts for underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense. Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan. Because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get
He's
it
got
done.
the Mr. He's got the Mr. Burns hands, bro. Straight up.
Excellent.
Look at those hands, bro. Fucking Mr. Burns to a T. That's hilarious.
Jordan, if you would be so polite as to release the hound.
Excellent. There we go. Smithers?
It's Illuminati gang signs. What are you talking about?
Oh, we know what you think, Smithers.
That's Freemasonic.
Oh, what happened to the fucking Simpsons?
Smithers. I'm right behind you, sir. More ways than one. Nothing. Forget it.
He's in love with crusty old fucking Mr. Burns, bro. You trash can. All right, here we go.
Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was a disaster in 2020, a complete and utter disaster as it related to what he did with COVID, regardless of whether you think we were wearing a mask or not.
Mm-hmm. The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well, and the message Trump was giving. Trump's
Okay, I'm getting the sense that this kid wasn't actually mentally active in that time period of why and how Trump won in the first place. Right? Of like, hey, we love Republicans, but they don't fight hard enough. And you're what, 18 at that point in time, Nick? That's what you were thinking? God, listen, Mitt Romney was a failure at 14 years old. Sure you were, bud. I don't believe that, though. So, yeah, that's not. I think it's like a cultural fervent thing that happened. That's probably the best explanation. If it was all legit, right? If the entire election was legit and all that stuff, it would have to be, in my opinion, at least, like, hey, this guy's different. We'll try it. You know what? I'm getting like crapped on for picking this person. So you know what? I'll fight. I'll do what Nick was saying he was doing, or that other people did too, right? Of like, I'll lean into it by extra being a Trump fan, right? And then they had like the WikiLeaks stuff and all that. Like, there's a whole thing that happened during this whole time period. So you can't be like, well, listen, we were tired of George W. Bush, like when you were 5 or something like that. Like, stop it, right? We're tired of Mitt Romney's and John McCain's. Like, okay, like, but you weren't even there for that. You weren't.
That's what I think he's just repeating like what people. It's like not really from experience. Maybe it's like he read about other people's experiences or like listened to them on a podcast, and now he's repeating it to us.
Which is fine. Like that. Sorry.
No, but
it's fine in the sense
has to
of
go through your own like filter. He skipped that. To me, this is he's repeating. He's literally doing. It's like a role.
That's the thing right there, where it's like we were like this, we were like that. Like, you weren't probably a part of that, most likely, as a 14-year-old. So that's like, just take it as like historically. Here's why people were pissed off about, any party, from Obama to Mitt Romney or John McCain. Here's why people had a problem with that. And this Trump guy comes out of nowhere saying, yo, we should have never been in Iraq. This war would never happen if I was in charge. Hey, Obama's doing this. Republicans are doing that, right? Jeb Bush or George Bush are doing that. Okay, you see why people liked him. I understand it. I get it. I understand. And then, once again, one of the most, I'm not saying she's the most corrupt, just saying she's most obviously corrupt, or one of the most obviously corrupt politicians ever, Hillary Clinton. Boom, it's like a perfect storm for that whole little thing. But instead, he's seemingly doing we are very right wing and we're like this. Like, come on, there's a whole cultural thing that happened. There's people that left, people that voted for Obama that switched over to vote for Trump, most likely. Just like culturally based, American cultural based, 100% that happened.
Yeah.
Let's hear his probably dog shit explanation, but maybe, let's hear it. Here we go.
Came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well, and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message, and I talk all the time on my show about it, and realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant.
You can figure that out, once again, in the first months, right? Maybe for the inside baseball guys, they'd know before the election. The less inside baseball guys would know in the first couple of days.
Wouldn't you just check who's
moderately.
funding him? Like, I don't. That's
Yeah.
not that hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, these people are, and he's saying he was this like researcher, journalist guy. Like, what the fuck? But you were what, mesmerized by his rhetoric? Would he put a spell on you?
Once again, he was in high school when this was all happening
I
too.
wouldn't be the
just to
first
point
guy I've
that
ever
out.
seen fall for Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
But also, yes, he's being funded by casinos and fucking TD
Because
Waterhouse
he's saying-
executives, whatever the fuck,
Yeah,
right?
because they're doing all this background check on the Democrats. You would think he would do the same on your side too. I would hope, right?
That was the narrative, though. Like it was like once again a matter of fact versus like checking it out, like looking into it. It was like kind of a matter of fact, like, oh, he's the guy from The Apprentice. He's rich already. He's already filthy rich. He doesn't need other people like funding him. He can fund himself because he's filthy rich. That was the sentiment back then, 100%.
I've actually heard
100%
people
was.
say that shit, and it's so fucking naive.
Well, like once again, I understand
But he's
why they
supposed to
thought
be-
that.
I understand all of that though. Like I get that. That's like on the surface level in terms of like how he sold himself, the message.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about Nick is saying he was in Model UN. He's been in politics his whole life, doing all this research. Well, like I'm just confused. Like, are you like actually, like doing research and you're the smart guy, so educated, you've read so much, or like, are you a faker? Like, what is this?
I think
I obviously have my opinions, but
I think his fans confuse well said rhetoric versus actually like into the thing. Like he talks kind of clean, right? Very coherent in words, at least, right? Maybe not substance, but in words, it sounds like, oh, that's clean and well said, right? But the substance
he's
of it
media
is
trained.
not that exactly. That's where
he's media trained. It's very obvious.
he does a lot
very
of
obvious.
a lot of matter of facting. He does a lot of that. A lot.
That's media training bullshit. They all do that shit. There's a lot of very well-spoken people who don't stutter, have the right words all the time, but that's because they have a fucking agenda. Like they're reciting something that they have to say over and over again and have to keep going back to the same thing. It's not that hard. Yeah, if we all had to just do that and not actually think, like, yeah, everything would sound so polished all the time. Are you fucking kidding? You don't like. That's when you can
Exactly.
really spot these people out. I don't know.
I mean, it should at least enter the thoughts of the audience or the fans of Nick Fuentes. Like, they should at least like question it, at least a little bit.
And some people are very well spoken, and they're also very smart and very well researched, and have a lot of integrity and sound very, very polished. So I'm not saying that any person who speaks polished like that, but like, it's not that hard when you don't actually have to think.
Yeah.
So.
Agreed. Agreed.
Because you got to stutter sometimes to think. Like it's like, hold on, let me do this. You know what I mean? Like there's a certain like, it's more authentic somehow. But then some people try to act like that in order to seem more authentic. So it's a rough terrain.
No,
For real.
I absolutely agree. Actually, that's kind of Hunter Biden, right? Where he's like he stammers a bit and he's like, well, listen, man. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Can't we all just get along, man?
Like.
So it's once again, do your best to read like if someone's being authentic or not is probably the best route to take. But all right, let's keep playing this. Here we go.
Unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I could fire the people I need to fire, do the things I need to do. That was like a very powerful message in 2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took AIPAC money for that matter. Sheldon Adelson money at that time in 16. Even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month.
even when he was campaigning, when he came down those escalators that first day, even before he mentioned the Mexicans, what did he mention? He talked about Iran, the terrible Iran deal.
Yeah.
From Obama.
But did he
Been on
bomb?
that's been number one on his agenda since he began.
When did he bomb Iran, though?
I don't think he killed Soleimani. And maybe they were doing
but
like
that's in Iraq,
strikes.
though, right?
True. But yeah.
Nick just said he bombed Iran, right?
Yeah, he said Iran, but I think he meant Iraq because it was supposed to be,
Okay.
He might have just like, I don't know.
Okay.
But
Syria?
I just find it interesting.
Brain farted.
That,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I just find it interesting that like it's because it's been on his agenda. It's before he said anything about the immigrants and they're sending their rapists or whatever that people were talking about. It's
Criminals,
like he
they're
said
rapists.
Iran
I assume
first.
some are good people.
No. Yeah, but like because everybody like hung on to that, right? Where it's like, yeah. But it's like, what did he say before that? Number one, it was Iran. It's always Iran. He just wasn't paying attention. He wasn't doing a very good job. He sucked at his job.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, personally, when I heard like people were making the arguments that he pulled out of the JCPOA for the sake of, hey, they're taking American money. That's why we're pulling out of this deal, right? But the way it was talked about and the way they were going about it, like this sounds like Ben Shapiro, and which means it sounds like we're trying to like go to war with Iran or fuck up Iran somehow. I thought that was like kind of obvious, even from like without even hearing the escalator speech, right? Just hearing that idea and why they pulled out of that deal and the rhetoric surrounding it. I thought it was like kind of obvious. And then obviously Soleimani thing happened, and the rhetoric around that was also the same thing where it's like you're angling for fucking up Iran. Like that was fucking obvious as that, like clear as day.
But I'm just talking about even when he was campaigning, because like, okay, fine, maybe he, voted for him and then all this other stuff happened. Maybe he didn't hear him saying that, but I hear him reference the escalator a lot, and kind of, this, the rhetoric and the policies he was fighting for, but it's like, but before he said the immigration stuff or whatever, he always talked about Iran. That was like number one on his agenda.
Yeah.
Number one.
Well,
I don't know.
I didn't know that personally, but
yeah.
Once again, I have said this and I still say this to this day of like, I get why a person saw Trump as like, oh my God, here's a lifeline. Here's our hope right here. Here's this guy right here. But once again, at IQ test, at the very least, by my standards at least, at the very least, within a couple months, you should know already. Like, okay, he's not that thing that we thought he was.
Yeah, Elliot Abrams, John Bolton, like the biggest Iran hawks.
Yeah. Well, like even try to be extra fair, right? You have like your cabinet, right? Okay, maybe they're thinking like, hey, Trump is using them as a whatever QAnon shit, right? He's going to use them to as a vehicle to fix things or make things better or whatever. Somehow, some way, right? Even if you think that, right? I'm leaving as much room as I possibly can for the sake of, people and their hopes and dreams of things. Even with that, as soon as Syria happens, you should be like, all right, we're done. That should be it, right? Like blatantly, that's it. He did the entire spiel on TV. It got announced. They cut off your fucking favorite. They cut off Seinfeld to announce to you like, hey, we just bombed Syria. He's gassing his own people. That should already be a telltale sign. In that moment right there, there it is, and no evidence offered. They're just announcing it and saying it. Yeah, we're gonna bomb them, or we did bomb them, right? That should be like, once again, as much room as I can possibly give someone. That should be like, okay, he failed right there. That's it. Yeah. He's like them.
Fair enough.
GG's.
I guess it's just like, at the end of the day, like with the audience, right, so to speak, it's like Nick's not wrong in that they do look at this shit like it's entertainment, just like he does. And there goes our problem, because it's like, if you guys are okay with it and you're just going to give him money and going to continue to do what he does, it's just going to kind of stay the same. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
It's actually the thing I was saying earlier, where these guys were talking about generations, right? And they were saying like, oh, Gen Z, right? We have like a certain sense of humor of, calling you a quote unquote bad name, right? And your reaction is the funny part. Is watching you react to that of me calling you a name, right? That's what Nick was saying, at least. And
Yeah,
it's
it's like
like,
low form of humor. I don't even kind of like okay. Like, do you have anything else to say? Like, do you have any other thoughts? Like, do you have anything, like a story to tell? Like, what's your point here?
well,
Like, is
that's
that joke, is it shock just for shock's sake? Absurdity for absurdity's sake? Which
yeah,
is okay
I think
sometimes,
so.
but like over and over and over and over and over again. Like, it doesn't end. It's boring. It's fucking boring, frankly. It's dry. It's lame.
My personal taste, I agree, but also like what I brought up an idea of maybe something like underlining that of kind of a lack of self-worth to yourself, where now it is entertainment to watch someone, you know, whatever, get hit by a car or some sort of gruesome thing, right? Or some sort of like a joke that's like actually like mean kind of and like emotionally harmful to someone in a way, to where it becomes the entertainment itself. Like, yo, bro, I banged Drake's baby moms, bro. I did that. Oh shit, he did. Oh fuck. And like that's kind of what I think Nick was kind of describing. Sorry, at the core of what I think Nick was describing there, and thus the actual in that mindset, the actual answer is self-destruction. That is the answer to that. At the core of it, like that is the alleviation of that smiles and cries dynamic. It is like, yeah, fuck me type of thing, just destroy myself type of thing. And I'm just saying, with the like bringing it back over here with the political stuff. I I mean, fuck it. Let's watch the world burn. Let's take a chance and watch it burn down. Why not? Take a chance.
Nothing matters, right, Jordan?
Like,
I don't know. It's
hey,
just at a
regular shit
certain
ain't
point,
working.
it's like,
Let's just burn it down. Like, fuck it.
I guess it's like, it's just cringe to like have feelings, like stuff, care about things, cry about something, be happy about something. Like, that's just like cringe. Everything's just like an act. I don't know. It's like fucking
Yep.
hard.
That's
Fucking
essentially
hard.
what it is.
And
A
yeah,
lot of work, man.
I think shout out to Joe Biden. Hey, man, it's a lot of work, man. No, but
Problem, man.
I agree. It's
It
just
is,
there's something. In my opinion, I think there's something a little bit darker underneath all that smiles and cries. But they might be afraid to confront that thing. But let's keep it moving. Here we go with Nick's assessment of Trump's, I guess, first run. Here we go.
All the Adelson money at that time in 16, even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month. But why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump.
Sorry, I just have to say this. Donald Trump doesn't decide if the different companies can do a vaccine mandate or not. OSHA does that, or the different departments. So it wouldn't actually have mattered who was president at the time because like that's fucking like the bureaucracy. Like that's just the institution. Like that was going to go through the line that it was going to go through. And guess what? It was struck down because it was a very weak argument. You can't make everybody, do something when it's still under clinical trials, and you can't do that. So as soon as like that, that suit went through. Yeah, a lot of people sued and got a whole lot of money for getting fired too, which is good. And then, but there's also a lot of people who did like get hurt from that. So that was awful. But that shit would have occurred whether Trump was there or not. Like that would have.
Now, to be fair, maybe he's viewing it as like, hey, you're the president. You can like hold a press conference and say like, hey, these guys are doing fucked up things with this whole, vaccine or masks or whatever the fuck, like businesses like opening or closing, right? Like,
yeah,
maybe that's his point. I don't know.
That would have been a bad look because now you're telling private businesses how to conduct themselves. And that's big government.
Well, what does Nick care though? What does Nick
But I'm
care
just
though?
saying but I'm saying like that wouldn't go along with the narrative. They couldn't have had Trump there at that time. I think that they needed a Democrat there to kind of do that, to be honest, because that they got the hall monitor kind of archetype. So I think that for me, it just seemed like it would make sense that they had Joe Biden there to do that stuff.
Okay.
Because it just wouldn't make any sense, in my opinion, for Trump.
Fair enough. Yeah, PR wise, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Fair enough.
Because they can just say like, well, they're private businesses. I thought we didn't want big government in our private business.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But I do get like the idea of like, I don't know, like AOC, right? Hey, how come you're not complaining about this foreign policy thing? And someone's like, hey, well, she's not on the foreign policy committee to do anything about it. Like, no, the point is that you can use your voice and you're such a famous character and a cultural figure that you can say something and actually at least bring up the conversation. That's
at least get some eyes.
He might be saying that. I don't know though. Or he might be doing what you think, right? Or he's like,
But
you're
at
the
the same
president.
time, it's
Just
also
fucking
like-
sign a letter and just write it away, man. Just write it in the law
But
or
it's
whatever.
also like, who was the one who did Operation Warp Speed in the first place in order to like
Exactly.
rush the clinical trials and kind of give all that money to Moderna and all these other big pharma companies that they all claim to hate? Like it doesn't make sense. Nothing that they try to argue makes any sense.
Which Nick's going to be keen to. He's going to say that. I think he's keen to that one. I'll bring that up probably. Well, let's
Okay, I'll let him go.
let's find out. Try to reset this real fast. Hold on. Here we go.
I just wanted to
would
point out
just
that
be a
was just-
disaster.
Yeah.
And then obviously Biden came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth, honestly. But by 2024, I mean, I was out. In 2024, because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to vote for Trump for that reason. And it was only until a year later, after all the exuberance died down and people saw the bearing of the Epstein files, the war in Iran, people said, you know what? You were right. You were right about Trump. Even Alex Jones told me you were right about Trump. I was all in on him. So, I mean, as far as him being vaporware is concerned and a scammer and fundamentally, you're 100% right. No ideological core.
It's
He's not
all
an
about
ideological guy. Yeah, it is. He's
literally all about him.
And I agree. He's a cruel narcissist.
Yeah.
And you said, I like the cruelty. I do not like the cruelty.
No, by the way, no. I didn't say you liked the cruelty. I said I'm listening to your thing, and you said one of the things that you liked about Levin was the cruelty. And not for the cruelty's sake, it didn't seem to me like this. Is because it was raw.
Dazzling,
it was, yeah. And that's, so I'm not saying that.
No, but I agree. I think he is cruel. And even what he said on Easter, I mean, we're Catholic. On Easter Sunday, he says we're going to annihilate Iran. And then he made fun of Allah on Easter Sunday. So, that kind of stuff, it just totally turned me off entirely.
Is there anything that you think Trump can do to like regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No, it's over. People see what he's made of. And Hunter's right. He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massie.
This guy named Thomas Massie, There's something wrong with him. They just vote no. They love voting no. They think it's good politically.
You realize that if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party, because he said it. He said our Republican
Okay, so this,
Party,
I'm sorry,
or
just really
rather,
quick.
he said
So this is like a rehabilitation of Hunter Biden, right? Like that's what we're seeing.
It potentially depends on who your affiliations are and all that shit. Well, okay. To be
We're
fair,
not talking about Biden at all. I understand that's his dad, but he's still a political figure. I don't care if that's your daddy or your nana.
now I did
Like,
hear.
if you're not going to talk about that, like, why are you here?
Now I did hear once again, without even seeing it. Someone said that it ends up in like a kind of a bad, like these guys end up almost like fist fighting. Someone said, I think, on Twitter somewhere. So maybe it does go there at some point, but I don't know. I just heard someone say that,
Okay.
but I haven't seen myself. All right, here we go.
No, they think it's good politically.
you realize that if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party, because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace. And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
What do you think happens?
He didn't say
I
Nick.
believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that. I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of of the system.
It's psychology, right? Thank you, Hunter. All right, here we go.
About the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship light?
no, I actually have a lot of confidence only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in the House because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say, you know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument, let's say the income you made during Biden was ill-gotten. For the sake of example, it's just doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't even come close, doesn't even touch Jared Kushner, Howard Lutnick, Steve Witkoff, Don Jr., Trump himself. It's just a different sport. It's a different game entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office, but I think it'll basically drag this administration to a halt.
Backtrack?
And then 28, I think there's an opportunity for a clean reset with both.
Wait. Wasn't that their logic of Trump getting in the first place? He's going to find all the crimes of the Democrats and expose them. So now the Democrats are going to come into office and expose all the crimes of Trump, apparently. We'll see, huh? We'll fucking see. Just remember, like, Nick predicted this. Here we go.
Sides, right and left.
Hey guys, quick thing before we get back to Hunter and Nick. So these
Dude looks like Weird Al's like illegitimate son.
is a groundly how I do it. News/Chen on the dopest app. Talk about Trump. Sometimes break out of the algorithm. Ground news. All right, back to Hunter and Nick. Whenever you talk about Trump, sometimes you explain this like nightmare scenario that revolves around
purposely
the
bad
Vance
editing
presidency.
for the sake of
What about JD Vance being in
It feels
power
more indie
scares
or
you so much?
punk rock.
If Trump doesn't have an idea
About JD like nightmare
Yeah, it's
scenario
like fucking
that revolves around
cable. What's that TV? The
Cable
Access
access.
TV. Exactly. It's got that vibe.
Yeah. Attempted retro.
Mhm.
Got
Like
it.
late 80s,
Yeah.
early 90s.
Wayne's World, excellent.
Alternative news.
It's like these guys like care, but they don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, I can't explain it, man. Like, you are now in the Twilight Zone, my friend. You've been caught. Here we go.
Vance presidency.
Yes.
What about
Like,
JD
yeah,
Vance
shit.
being in power scares you so much?
Hold on, can I just
If
predict
Trump
something?
doesn't have an idea,
I am predicting that Kyle Kalinske is going to clip the part where Nick says vote for Democrats, and he's like, you know, I hate to agree with Nick here, but yes, please, you should vote Democrat.
I mean, listen, y'all. You heard it here first. Like, you heard it from him, right, folks? Right, y'all? Come on. All right. Here we go.
out JD Vance being in power scares you so much?
If Trump doesn't have an ideological core, then Vance really doesn't, because Vance is a chameleon. That's not his real name, for openers. Never had a real job. These are all sinecures given to him by Peter Thiel. 6 years ago, he's a never Trumper.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction, and that's ultimately what.
Holy eyeliner! Oh my God.
Nick's describing him, whatever with JD Vance. I'm sure he has, great makeup artists. But
sorry, bro.
Nick is the same thing. He just said, like, hey, never worked a job in his life, right? Nick, that's you. You're an internet guy. Like, you went from, internet to internet, basically. What else? Chameleon? That was brought up before, right? Of Trump is the best guy ever. Trump's all right. Fuck Trump. Right? Like he switched and danced in between those things. When he's on his show, he's like, "Hey man, I'm just fucking trolling, bro." On this show, he's like, "Hey, let me no one ever gives me a chance to say my real answers. I'm very sensitive and vulnerable, Like give me a chance to say my real answers right now." Like you're a chameleon too. It's like
there is no real answer with him.
And you're both dweebs. Like you're the same fucking thing. I don't get it. What's the difference?
I think Nick and JD are made for each other.
Holy fuck. Buy this kid a Happy Meal. Who is this on screen? Buy him a Happy Meal right now. All right, here we go.
Wait.
He's leading people.
What was it? Linkin Park, Jordan, what was it? Fuck.
What?
Dude, what was that song? It's like their biggest song. What was it?
I don't even know.
In the end?
Forget it.
What I've done.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
His grandma tells him to shut the fuck up. Loser.
Is he on Al Jazeera for real?
I'm gonna be honest. Okay, but if his audience is like Gen Z for Nick, they're not voting anyway. He doesn't care if they vote for Democrat. Like they don't show up anyway.
They're like lame Darias, like lame, but like Daria, but lame. Also, JD Vance is on Skype and Al Jazeera at the same time. I'm kind of wrecked. I'm kind of wrecked by that.
And The Guardian and Channel 5.
And The Guardian.
There's a lot. He's existing in multiple realities. Anyway.
All right, here we go.
His bind gears in the back.
He's got his anti-acid in the background.
He has concerned like Midwest mom eyes. That's what he has.
Oh no.
No, he looks like
Jordan. I don't like this at all.
It's like, honey, I already gave you tater tots. Get back in the line. Like
I already gave you your tater tots. Get back in line. Go play bumper cars with the grocery carts.
Okay, here we go.
Dark direction, and that's ultimately what worries me the most.
Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Might be America's Hitler.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Now he's a national conservative, national populist. And so we don't even really know who he is. I mean, to me, this is basically a Manchurian candidate. This is a shell. And who is the power behind him? It's the oligarchs. It's the little tech oligarchs in bed with the CIA, especially at this fever pitch with AI. I think that's really dangerous. So to me, him being president is just a worse scenario in my mind.
For the uninformed viewer, what is the Palantir-JD Vance connection?
Well, Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel's very close with David Sachs. JD Vance was given his first job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. The CEO of that company said it was a personal favor to Thiel that I hired him. And then Thiel got him all his jobs at these various venture capital firms, including his own, and then funding JD Vance's venture capital firm. Peter Thiel gave $15 million to Vance when he ran for Senate in Ohio in 2022. Peter Thiel secured President Trump's endorsement for him in 22, which basically got him the nomination and the seat. So, I mean, as far as anybody's concerned, Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, who derives his fortune from Palantir.
And
he's a Catholic like you and me.
Well, he's a convert, so you know.
He ran a convert.
Yeah. So do you think that Trump's unfulfillment of his campaign promises was a result of him being like compromised by somebody connected to that structure, or do you think he always just never cared?
I don't know that he never cared. I just think that, you know, I'm an idealist. So I think about the ideas and the concepts. Trump is a businessman. And so I think with him, everything's transactional. And I said this in 2024. Trump knew the voters would swallow anything. The voters would not walk away from the table because they were enamored with him.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
So he knew.
But like, he was like, right. And Nick, you were one of them, by the way. You were. So just saying. But he was right in that time period. He was right. I could fucking kill someone. They don't care. He's right. He was right. And Nick, you were one of those fucking tools. And now, once again.
And he is killing people. They're just not Fifth Avenue, maybe. But, you know.
Yeah, fair enough.
In the Bronx.
And it's like, I don't know.
It's okay if they're illegal.
True.
Nick got this shit so wrong, but yet there's like dedicated followers of a guy who's been like so wrong about things. It's incredible. It's like, what is that phenomenon?
And it happens everywhere. Because look at Majority Report. Yeah. It's just interesting. It's like it's everything. They're all the same. Not maybe the things they say, but like in terms of how they engage with their logic, the way they maneuver, all the fucking public relations stuff, the media training. They all move so similarly. And their audiences let them the hook every time.
Won't their fans scream at you like, hey, look how informed I am? They'll do that too. It's like, wait a minute. Yeah. You fell for a guy who fell for a guy. Got it. Shout to Kendrick, by the way. Like you signed to him, who signed to him, who signed to him, who signed to those guys over there. Right?
You fell for a guy who fell for a guy.
Yeah. It's like, ugh, that should sting. That should hurt, actually, when it comes to this shit. But yet they'll tell you how informed they are about every topic. Incredibly. Brilliant. Here we go.
Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
So he knew he could break every promise with them in order to fulfill promises for the donor class, which is Little Tech, the Israel Lobby, and Wall Street.
Them is you.
The bankers, Tim Mellon, the big asset managers.
Nick, them is you. That's you. Like, you're a part of that them. I'm sure you'll accept Mozart and Shakespeare as like, that's me. But Trump is also you then at that point, right?
Oh, shit.
Like, at that point, like, you're saying, like, I voted for him. I thought he was this. I got tricked. Well, that's you. That's your work. Got it. But he won't. But PR-wise, you can't do that, right? You can't accept faults or messing up. You can't accept that. That's not allowed. Here we go.
To fulfill promises for the donor class, which is Little Tech, the Israel Lobby, and Wall Street. The bankers, Tim Mellon, the big asset managers. So I think with him, everything's business. Everything's a transaction. And that's why you can't trust him. You have to do business. And in 24, I said we should all collectively say we're not going to vote unless he makes certain commitments. And not enough people did that. But I mean, that's fundamentally his flaw.
Why don't you mention those commitments that you wanted, by the way?
Oh, well, he wanted, what do you want? Like 10 million in immigrants gone?
In a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sending everybody back, being more aggressive with that. Policing the black communities more. There was a lot of stuff in there. Stopping immigration for anybody from the global south. It was just, things like that.
Shout out to that fucking Muslim.
Controlling the border. Maybe allocating some money to fight the cartels with drones. So yeah.
And even with all that,
and Venezuela,
crazy
Manifest
ideas.
Destiny, Monroe's doctrine.
Yeah, so I've definitely ranted about that already in this interview alone. Like earlier on, like it's up and down the fucking line. It is, but it's like your little revelation, Nick, of Trump is apparently 2 years old. Sorry, less than maybe 2 years old. But yet it's somehow a PR point. Like, listen, man, I called out Trump in 2024. 2 years ago? Okay. Good for you. But don't worry, it's a selling point now. Listen, listen, I'm like a goddamn soothsayer, man. I saw the future. I know what's going on here. Palantir, Trump. I didn't vote for him in 2024. Good for you, man. Good for you. You lazy fuck. Here we go.
All collectively say we're not going to vote unless he makes certain commitments. And not enough people did that. But I mean, that's fundamentally his flaw.
Your critique of this like elite power structure sounds like vaguely anti-capitalist.
It's not anti-capitalist. You know, capitalism says the capital, large amounts of capital will be held in private hands, which I believe in. I am a capitalist. But I think what is happening is that it's the way that money is used in government. There needs to be a distinct and separate national power that subordinates the money power to it. The problem is the billionaires buy all the elections, buy all the media, control public perception. And so really we're all subsidiary then to the market. So I support capitalism, but it just has to be underneath the nation, underneath the state.
It seems like you have a pretty optimistic perspective on the year 2028.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28.
Kind of keep coming back to this like clean election year. Do you think that's going to be like a renaissance year for outsider candidates and outside media channels like this one?
It can be. I think it certainly can be because I think there's frustration on the right and on the left.
I'm sorry. Outside media channels like this one? Yeah, there we go.
Do you think that's going to be like a renaissance year for outsider candidates and outside media channels like this one?
It can be. I think it certainly can be because I think there's frustration on the right and on the left. You know, you see even in the primaries on the Democrat side, it's all DSA, progressive types that are winning. You ironically have the same frustration on the left with their establishment as we have on the right. And so I think, you know, in 2028, it's going to be a year where there'll be a competitive Republican primary and Democratic primary. And hopefully the people make their voice heard and we get some new options, you know, maybe that reflect the will of the people more.
Yeah. And so what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. I don't like some of the things that he said, like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person in the room and says, you know, the founding fathers would look down on us, the working people with their dirt-streaked hands against the billionaires. I think it's a little too
Of course. Of fucking course. Hey, man, where's the white people at, man? How dare you? Although, I don't know. All right, here we go.
Room and says, you know, the founding fathers would look down on us, the working people with their dirt-streaked hands against the billionaires. I think it's a little too divisive. I like his energy. I like that he's young. It's ironic. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
That's rich, buddy. But no, look,
but it seems pointed at me.
I know, but yeah, but the thing.
He was dissing you in that video?
Yeah, a little bit.
Staring down the camera, like, just for you, Nick, you son of a bitch.
People like me.
Yeah.
But what I see is somebody is using government for exactly the purpose that you just said, is to break the oligopoly, to target the anger towards a tiny percentage of the population that has controlled the levers of government from the White House down to the mayor's office in New York City or Peoria, Illinois, to that matter, and even more so as you go further down that chain. And so I look at somebody like Mamdani and regardless of his delivery, which may be off-putting, particularly from somebody coming from your side, is that he's delivering, man. You know what? I mean, he's really delivering. You know, like I saw somebody going after Mamdani for some of this stuff and particularly about rent control, you know. And I was like, well, how do you think the middle class was built after World War II and the GI Bill and rent-controlled buildings that created those communities that we were talking about an hour ago?
The GI Bill provides returning soldiers and veterans a range of benefits
including mortgages to purchase homes, loans to go to school. And this really was instrumental in creating the new American middle class.
Created the availability for somebody
Yeah,
that
all you
was
had to do
26
was get your
years
leg
old,
blown
that
off or
had
whatever
a
the fuck,
job with the
wherever we tell you to
NPA,
go.
to be able
And
to
then you
live
could buy a
and
house.
work in the
To be
city
traumatized for the rest of your
and
life.
put the kid in a school with the idea that they would be safe
Eliminate,
walking there and
segregated,
go to a park that, you know,
his
where the water fountains
world.
worked. That's what I see him trying to do.
great
I
unless you're
mean, by the way,
black
it's just so tired. And,
or
you know, he's a communist. Like, it's about the communists. Like, who even says that anymore? Nobody. Like, you know what? We're just
Nick will be saying it.
1981, and we're watching Rocky V and worried about the communists. You know what I mean? I just don't. I don't get it.
Wait, what? The audio, it might be copyright, is why I did that. Okay.
Rocky IV. My whole.
Right?
Apollo, no!
I just don't. I don't get it.
Oh, okay.
Apollo,
It
no!
is. They got copyrighted. Okay.
Rocky IV. My
can't
whole
live in this
Philly
neighborhood.
legitimacy was just blown right there.
Good.
Yeah. But it's just kind of, and so I look at somebody like Mamdani, I think, well, he's just talking about good government.
He does.
Like, what do you think
He
about
does.
healthcare? Don't you think that there should be a single payer system? Don't you think that there should
Red
be
line.
some guaranteed as a right? Because I don't know how you make it in this country and aspire to a middle class life and be able to afford a catastrophic event as it relates to your health. I mean, it's over. You're done.
Yeah. I don't support single payer, but I do believe that everybody should be entitled to some minimum level of coverage, catastrophic insurance. So in principle, I agree.
Which is Medicare for all to a certain degree, right? I mean, because that's all the Medicare does right now. But why is that radical?
See, I don't think that's necessarily radical, but
to them, it's because we've been convinced that it's a radical
them.
Much as voting Democrat.
Others.
Yeah, no, them. I mean the insurance companies.
Sure. Sounds like Hunter should have been like lobbying his own
Dude, how about
father.
your fucking dad? How about your dad? How about Obama?
55%.
What are you talking about?
That's what I was saying. Like, you maybe should have like lobbied your own. Maybe,
Yeah, where was this?
Put the crackdown and lobby your own father on this shit, bro. Maybe.
That's crazy to just like. I can't.
Hey, maybe he had
Hunter might know some
an
people.
epiphany, But
Actually,
let's be
I don't wanna talk about my
graceful
dad.
and leave some room, okay? Let's give him room. Let's find out, okay? First time hearing Hunter Biden.
I'm running low on charitability. This is like
You gotta leave room, okay, Joe? Listen, gotta.
I'm trying, but he's making it real difficult.
All right, here we go.
I'm still blown away about
of Congress.
the beginning of this video. Like, so this is Hunter Biden, right? And they're talking earlier about like Nick goes into depth about like the changes in the world, society when Trump was in office, and then when he wasn't, and he kept talking about when he wasn't in office, and that's like his father is the one who was in office, right? Like they don't make any like direct mention, neither of them. It's like
Now, to be fair, once
that really
again,
surprised me.
Jesse.
You know
Once
what it
again-
might be, Jesse?
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
No, you know what it might be, Jesse? It's like maybe for Nick, he's like, okay, well, don't talk about my character and don't, bring up certain things. And then Hunter's like, yeah, don't talk about my dad. Dead ass. Like that could be because when he did Candace's show, the first thing she said was, all right, so glad to have Hunter here. I've already promised him I'm not going to be cruel. I'm not bringing up his dad. So that's just not what we're here to talk about. And they moved on.
This is set up as a friendly. They have the same publicist is what they said in the beginning.
They kind of took it back, but yes, they did say that. Or sorry, they're saying that Nick got in contact with someone's publicist to have this whole thing go down, or something like that, or someone got in contact with someone's publicist. But whatever.
Whatever. Yeah, and the guy, I don't know, the host just seems kind of shifty. I don't know. I don't like the way he's.
I saw his HBO documentary, and I'm like, this is like Michael Moore, which is weird and shifty to me. For me personally, that's my personal opinion, though. But once again, for you and Jesse, allegedly, apparently, it ends up in like, fisticuffs, essentially, right? Something goes down, apparently. So thus, maybe something does get brought up about something. Joe Biden, something else. I don't know. But All right, here we go. Let's find out.
They're lobbyists who control 55% of the
Or it was,
of Congress,
pre-fight
regardless
hype.
of who's
They
in
lied
power.
to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that's necessarily the most radical. I think, though, he is with the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. He backs all these DSA candidates. And let's be honest, a lot of them are radical. Like I saw one of these candidates that just won in New York a couple weeks ago, this Chevalier candidate. There's a picture.
She hates my dad.
Yeah, I know.
She said about my dad.
She had awful things about him. And she says, I didn't have
disagree with her on those
to wipe
things?
my hands, so I used the American flag.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, that's crazy. But like the same way that,
Gary
I thought a lot of the stuff that some people that got elected in 2016, 2020, even during the Tea Party, kind of movement was, egregious. Again, egregious.
If it's a legitimate rape,
she didn't say
the
awful
female
things about
body
your
has
dad,
ways to try to shut
dumbass.
that whole thing down.
So what do we do? What do we do?
The female body has
again.
That's like a meme or something.
If it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's a meme.
What do we do, Nick?
I never heard that.
I think a better
before.
question
I mean,
is
for real, what do we do? Can you at least come a little bit to this way?
If you can come a little this way.
I can. Here's where I can come. Is this?
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh, about that.
No, I mean really.
I do. And listen, here's what I'll say. Now that I'm older, I do think that's not the best approach. So I agree with you on that. And I see it as I get older, because let's be honest. Saying those things when I'm a younger guy, when I'm 18, 20.
Well, as I get older, bitch, you're almost 29 years old. You're damn near 30.
Women need to shut the fuck up.
What are we talking about?
Hey.
He's not a teenager.
Hey.
This is not
He
a
already
teenager.
told the
This man,
truth.
he is almost 29 years old.
He's not that much younger than me or James.
I'm not, regardless, I'm just saying, it's like, what are we talking about? He's not a child. Like,
Also, I want to say,
I get it, like adults.
Yeah,
can
I'm
be
agreeing
children,
with you. He's
but,
not a fucking little kid.
I personally want to
It's a
add,
booster
like,
chair.
me at 14 is not saying shit like this. Me at any age
fair
has
enough,
never said
exactly.
shit like this
But I'm
before
just
in my
saying,
life.
if you're going to blame it on like your youth or whatever, it's like you're like 29 years old now, right? So
Yeah.
If he hasn't
Like,
figured
give
it
me a
out
break.
at 29, he's not ever figure it out.
He's
No, it's
doing
not
a thing. He's doing the in my opinion at least, doing like the kind of PR character changeover thing of like I'm moving from edgelord guy, the internet meme guy, to now I'm like, hey, I'm a mature adult thing, and I don't say anything about the Holocaust anymore, man. I moved on, right? I grew up. Like it's like doing like that PR move of that, which once again is hard to work for Nick Fuentes because of the mixtape that exists on this fool. There's too much content of this guy saying wild ass shit, both trolling and serious. That he can't escape. He can't escape it. He can try though, right? He can't work at Walmart, right? He can't be a cash register person, right? He can't do that. Like, oh my god, you're Nick, oh my god, you're Nick Fuentes. Like he can't do that. He can't do that, right? So he has to do this shit for a living. He has to. He's stuck here.
No choice.
So thus, you have to like actually like PR evolve for the sake of maintaining that career. You can't be a
gets,
regular person. You can't.
And yeah, $5 is your change, and he gets like punch assassinated. Oh, thank you.
The fuck are you doing?
Well, this is the more palatable way for what he said earlier, which was like, well, it's just not funny anymore. So then he's got to switch up his style. Like that's what he actually said. And this is another way of saying it in a way that like he can repeat this. He can't repeat what he said earlier.
Well, yes, I agree for the most part, but like I'm trying to bring up like there is in a way a social knife in his back right now that is not killing him yet, but it's on its spine right now, right? It's on him. Pause. Like it is there. And it's like, yo, if you don't fucking maintain this shit or bank enough to where like you're good forever, you can't go work a regular job, man. You can't do that. Like Nick Fuentes cannot do that. He can't work a regular job, bro. He's fucked if he does, right? He can't do it. So thus,
It's a Rockefeller.
you got to maintain something in this area. You have to. And maybe the idea of being the edgelord on the internet or your local internet racist guy, like that can't hold up for too long. Maybe you have to like change patterns and shit like that. But hey, man, I was joking before. You weren't saying that back then, were you?
He doesn't have Matt Hunter's commitment.
Like, well, when Nick was saying like the wildest shit of wildest shit, right? Was he saying like, "Oh well, guys, I'm just joking"? Was he doing that back then? I don't know.
No.
So
No, he wasn't.
Is he doing that now? Kinda
yeah,
crazy.
yes, he's saying I was joking the entire time, or it was
About like the
it was a troll.
Holocaust stuff?
About everything, anything racist
Yep.
or racial sounding. Yeah,
No.
He's trying to backpedal
yeah, he's saying
on
that.
all of it.
He's saying it was
Really?
like he's saying like it was like irony jokes of like, hey, because you guys get so pissed off, I lean into it, which is you too, Josh, you frat boy Gen Z fuckfaces.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's your guys' shit of leaning into I don't know, getting an emotional reaction from someone, right?
Sure.
Okay, fair enough, but still, once again, Nick cannot be a fucking cash register guy at ShopRite. He can't do it. He's not allowed.
Yeah, him
thus,
bending the knee and be, oh, I was just kidding. Like, I don't know, that doesn't work.
well, he can't leave this
Makes him
though,
look bad
right?
to us too. You know,
You know,
our people don't approve.
You know what I'm saying though, right? Like he can't leave this. He has to he cannot go be some regular guy, right? He can't be like a car salesman. He can't do that shit.
I don't know about that.
But he could change his character though, like his persona.
Someone's gonna walk in and be like, "Yo,
Yeah.
you're Nick Fuentes." Like, oh,
I agree,
fuck,
but, like-
discovered. Fuck, he can't do that.
I
shit.
agree. I mean, that'll follow him, but I don't think. I don't know. Social media and the way things work are weird, bro. People can just move on.
He just said he's going to tell. Well, he said before he's going to tell everybody to vote Democrat, but now, I mean, he's saying that now too, and he's starting to talk about like what is Medicare for all, whatever.
What?
Some kind of, no, not single payer, but something. Yeah, take care of people like that.
A baseline. Yeah.
Yeah.
A baseline.
Yeah,
for
different
everyone.
form of it, right? But
Yeah.
yeah.
But all right, let's just play this shit. This fucking thing over with. Here we go.
Saying those things when I'm a younger guy, when I'm 18, 20, it's
Forgive me, it's fucking lagging. Christ sakes. Here we go.
It's like, you got to think that's just the age.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
And a lot of young people think that's funny and everything like that. I
They're
think
kinda
that
playing
it
Nick
also
with
goes
this.
with the
Pause
medium
it,
as well.
pause it,
Live
I'm
streaming,
sorry.
social.
He can't say that was just when he was 18 and 20 because literally right after Trump won, he was like, "Your body, my choice, bitch." Like, come on. Like, you knew that was going to irritate.
He's being an edgelord, as they call
Yeah,
it.
but he's but when he was doing that, that was literally last year when Trump won. That wasn't when he was 18 or
Closer to
20.
2 years ago, but I get your point.
Whatever, Joe. Like, you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
That's not when he was 18 or 20 years old. Does it not 2 years ago, a year ago,
Yeah.
it's the same fucking thing.
It's not ancient history.
Listen, Nick was just in a different space, and he has realized the negatives of his prior statements. There's like, you can't do anything. Like, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do. Nick, there could be like a billion fucking mixtapes on you, man. Like, you can't escape this. I
If
get
it
the
still
PR
pisses
move,
you
but
off,
still.
he's going to keep doing it, right? Like that's the point. It's when it gets boring that he stopped doing it. When it's like, oh yeah, you said this 1,000 times. But like, if it pisses you off, he'll keep mentioning it.
He's like, edgelording has limits. This is not fun anymore for joking, or it's not funny anymore. It's like, okay, got it. But all right, here we go. Once again, Nick, like I said, he can't work at Walmart. He has 10 million hours of fucking mixtapes to make about this fool. Of random statements that sound like one may sound like trolling, the other sounds like serious. You can't tell. You know what? Fuck this guy might be the end result for the general population, general audience, right? But all right, here we go. Save your money, Nick. All right, here we go.
18, 20, it's like, you got to think that's just the age.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the
playing him
fuck
with
up.
this.
Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
And a lot of young people think that's funny and everything like that. I think that it also goes with the medium as well. Live streaming, social media, that's just what it rewards. So yeah, I think that people should try to move past some of that.
I'll try. But if you try,
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
For real.
Was that the
And
Freemason
as it relates
handshake?
to
What was that?
when you talk about Israel, the Netanyahu, Likud government, what's happening now, what's happened for the past 20 years in terms of whether the funding to Israel, whether you think it is. It's really important that you make a distinction between that and Jews. Because here's the thing, okay? Zoran Mamdani has a higher favorability rating in the United States among Jews than Bibi Netanyahu does. I think 65% of American Jews disagree with the approach that the Israeli government has right now. They don't disagree with you, but
That's
they
right.
completely
Let's
turn
tokenize
on
them. I
when
love
they
that.
hear the conflation
Genius.
of Jews, Zionism, Israel, and think automatically anti-Semitism, whether it's fair or not, okay? But you have to understand it. And you have to understand it from a cultural perspective in which the recent history is only one data point in 2,000 years of history as it relates to what it means to be a Jew, of which there is what, 1%, 0.5% of the entire world's population? Because I don't know what it adds to your argument, or what it adds to your argument about Miriam Adelson being able to give $300 million to Donald Trump and commit to giving another $300 million to get her way, and we end up in a war with Iran.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a valid point. I do think, though, that the issue's broader than just Netanyahu.
Oh, maybe, by the way, obviously Netanyahu has a base within Israel, within the Jewish community here in the United States, with Jared Kushner. You know what I mean? Jared Kushner, who is unelected, not a member of our government, is having as more control over the direction of the everyday lives of American people right now than anybody that I know of.
He's
and
also a
meanwhile, all he's
fucking
doing is
loser,
building a
too.
$6 billion private equity fund with the people he is negotiating for. And I always say,
Last pick
look
the
who's
dodgeball.
look who's paying him, and wondering whose interest that he is advancing.
Never got to
He's
play.
getting paid by the Saudis, he's getting paid by the Emiratis, he's getting paid by the Qataris, he's getting paid.
Like,
Go
ew,
down
we
the
don't want
list.
him.
And for some reason, he is in control, along with Steve Witkoff, who is also not elected by anybody, of deciding whether or not the Straits of Hormuz are going to open up, and whether or not our gas prices are going to go down. It may not matter to the three of us necessarily, an extra dollar, 60 cents or 85 cents. But you know what? To 85% of the people that live in America, it means it's the difference between whether or not they're going to be able to pay rent, whether or not you're going to be able to actually put the gas in your car in Montana to drive to your job on the ranch.
Well, and here's what I'll say to you, and this is something kind of why I want to do this interview, is emphasize the message that as far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that it's the same standard that applies to everybody, which is as long as you're patriotic, as long as you believe Americans should be put first by their government, I have no problem at all. And I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have
Christ is king. Here we go.
Their civil rights. It's just this acute problem of these people, like you mentioned, like Larry Ellison and Miriam Adelson and Jared Kushner, they're putting some other country before the interest of our own. And that, in principle, is what I have a problem with.
There is going to be some people who watch this and feel like, all right, no take-backsies. And they might feel like you're just kind of trying to moderate, and that now that you've achieved your goal and got a lot of support, you're kind of moderating because your main aim has already been achieved, which is to sort of have a generational run and pop off. So now you're trying to kind of make your way more into the mainstream discourse, but you'll just go back again into the same sort of reactionary rhetoric once you're...
Who the fuck is this guy? That's so fucking weird. You had your run, and you popped off, and who's this guy again? What the fuck?
I hate this.
Okay. Gen Z Michael Moore. We do that. Although he's probably like my age or my time period of age, but he's appealing to Gen Z probably. And you know what?
I've never seen this guy before.
Let's pop off.
What documentary did he make?
It was some HBO documentary about, was it QAnon? It was about.
Oh,
he
made that QAnon one?
No, it might be tripping. It might be about. Fuck.
Oh fuck, he's
I forgot.
actually closer to Nick's age than anybody.
He
was
is
born in '97.
Is that Gen Z? I don't know.
Yeah, that's Gen Z.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Look at that. He's about to pop off. All right, here we go.
which to sort of have a
I've got the
generational
HBO
run
doc.
and pop off. So now you're trying to kind of make your way more into the mainstream discourse, but that you'll just go back again into the same sort of reactionary rhetoric once you're back in a number one spot.
Well, I
We're
don't
storming
even
the
think I'm
Capitol,
moderating.
man.
And I even told our mutual friend, it's not even a moderation. It's not even an apology. It's clarifying because, you know, all along I've been saying this message. It's just that the way that I'm saying it changes and evolves. And I also think how people respond to it changes as well. Because let's be honest, 10 years ago, there was a very different kind of conversation about Israel. You could not mention it in a negative or critical way without being utterly annihilated in politics. We all know that ever since October 7th, that's not the case anymore. So I think that there's sort of something reciprocal happening, which is that people are receiving me differently. And as someone that's growing older and more mature, I'm even representing myself differently. So I wouldn't even call it moderating, just clarifying. People are more receptive and I'm maybe better able to articulate it.
And you think?
I think what Nick thinks manhood is being able to like see someone murdered and not flinch at it or not tear up at it. That's what I think Nick thinks manhood is. And that's very unfortunate because that's a TV version of things. In my humble opinion, I have to say that. That's what I think this guy might be where he's at. Oh my God, you're on my property? Okay, you got shot and killed? Good. You're in my way, right? You're on my fucking property. Good. Like, that's not fucking manhood, you fucking child. Fuck out of here. Anyway, whatever. Here we go. Like some pseudo fucking shit. Some like movie shit. There we go.
Just clarifying, people are more receptive and I'm maybe better able to articulate it.
And you think that's because you've kind of gotten older and been able to have like a longer career in media to reflect on your different changes in your perhaps brain chemistry and lifestyle?
That's a huge thing. I mean, I know it's 27. I have a very different mentality than I did when I was 20.
What's the main difference, you think?
Just more even keeled. And I think you know too, it's like when you're 20, you're just like a maniac. And then you hit 25 and you're like, all right, you know.
I was a maniac when I was.
That's actually like to a T oh my God, the frontal cortex, whatever the fuck it's called, grows. And now you're like this now. And that's what it is. Like bullshit.
I got more EXP points at level 25 and I just figured it out.
Jordan, were you a maniac when you were 20? I wasn't.
No, I wasn't actually. Except for like sports kind of in that area, but other than that, no, I like I like slow tempo.
That's shit you do.
I'm an indoor cat, you know. Forgive me. An indoor cat. But like kids whatever.
False for us.
He's once again crisis king. Our souls are the most important thing in the universe, and yet he's chemically driven, apparently, the entire time. Okay.
He's having a costume change.
Yeah. He's palling. He's pal worlding. Here we go.
What's the main difference, you think?
Just more even keeled. And I think you know too, it's like when you're 20, you're just like a maniac. And then you hit 25 and you're like, all right, you know.
I was a maniac when I was 40.
Do you know what I'm saying?
My brain chemistry has definitely changed in the last 7 years too. You know, and I do believe that people can grow and they can change. And I'm not asking you to, and I'm not asking you to say things, but there are certain things that I just hope that you can hear without feeling attacked. That
I wonder when they call
some of the things that you said, whether it's edgelording otherwise, are really hurtful, and then people completely turn off to the idea of being able to listen to you about anything, and then you get dug in more, and you're like, go fuck yourself. Like,
him smoking crack in a bath.
And that's not what it is. It's not just wokeism. It's not. It's people being really, really hurt by it. And I accept your apology for all of the mean things you said about me.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I'm on my apology tour. Is that the one thing you did say? You said I was a degenerate crackhead.
Me?
And I have the problem with that. Not you.
Me?
Yeah. And
I also said you were cool though.
Yeah. No. By the way, you said a degenerate crackhead, and you know what? I'm not even mad about that because I was a degenerate crackhead. I spent more time on my hands and knees, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. It's true.
And now you're sober.
That's from
I
his
find it interesting. You also said that you've never drank
crazy
before.
statement.
Right. Yeah, I've never had a drink, never done drugs.
That's because you grew up, with me. You're like, don't be that guy.
I grew up with you too, and I was doing.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not as smart as he is. My brother never drank. My dad too. And
I was gonna ask you, Nick, what kind of prompted your choice to just like be sober for life and never drink?
Well, a big part of it is I had a lot of addiction in my family. My grandfather was an alcoholic, committed suicide. Uncle died from an overdose from crack cocaine. My mom, two of her uncles, heroin addicts for their entire lives. And it just devastated my family, devastated both of my parents. And so I know I have that addictive personality and probably have the genetics for it. And not only that.
Oh, fuck me, dude. Why would you you had something that was a little bit inspirational, right? And you fucking ruined it. The genetics and, my biome. Dude, just fucking choose to do this or do that. Come on, man. That's, I don't.
The addiction, genetic predisposition to addiction thing has never made any sense to me. Ever. I don't know. That just, I don't even know how they would be able to prove that.
I mean, above that, I thought Christ is king.
It's mostly to do with dopamine receptors, I think.
Yeah, but the thing before that, though, Joe, it's not just dopamine, serotonin, neurotransmitters. I'm freaking out. It's not. There's things that happen before those chemical reactions happen.
Yeah, there's a. If I tried to name every variable I could think of, we would be here for a week.
That's the point. That's the people would rather just talk about the dopamine receptors. No, that's not. It's lame.
You could be a little more prone to one form of addiction over another, but
I disagree. Then you're thinking of people as mechanical being. I completely disagree.
Absolutely.
And there's no way for you to prove that, by the way.
It sounds like his decision was really more childhood trauma, seeing family around him is what really drove his decision. This whole it could be inherited or something. If you don't even know yourself, unless you said, oh, I got addicted to this, so I don't want to try these other things, that would be okay. You can't control yourself, right? But if it's just I saw my family members, and so I might, that you wouldn't know that, right? You have no idea.
So if it's like Denzel and Ricochet, check the Ricochet, where John Lithgow injects him with heroin to make him addicted to it. This would actually work on Nick, apparently. That's an obscure reference, by the way. I just did that. Sorry. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't know. Because at the end of the day, for me, I don't. The substance of the addiction is not the problem, in my view. Because it could be anything. You could be addicted to things that are not drugs. You could be addicted to exercise. You could be addicted to food. You could be addicted. Because that's not the actual thing. That's just a coping thing. But I also just don't think it's the dopamine either, or the neurotransmitters.
That's one variable out of I don't even know how many I could enumerate off the top of my head.
Well,
if I tried to enumerate every single variable I could think of that goes into whether or not somebody develops any kind of addiction, we would be here for a week.
Okay.
Billion fucking things. There's a billion fucking things that happen at once.
You could say that about anything, though. It's any topic, any subject. Yeah.
In life, yeah, basically.
That's anything.
Yeah.
It's literally any topic, anything. It's going to take billion years. I don't know.
Or one person being self-observant, maybe. But for Nick, once again, Christ is king. There's a God.
Allegedly.
There's a soul. What is God judging if you smell, I don't know, crack smoke somewhere? Oh my God, I'm an addict. And run over towards it and start doing it yourself.
They
right?
got me.
What does that mean? That means there's no choice. Nick. No choice. No
They got
no
me.
morality.
Run, Hunter. Save yourself.
No morality, no conscience. No conscience. Well, who the fuck? What's God judging at that point? So thus, you're kind of. It doesn't make sense. It's like you're trying to. It's like once again, fake Christianity or fake. Fake like the spirit of Christianity, like a fake version of that, with an underdeveloped, incomplete version of like what society is and how it works. So thus, you're losing twice with this guy. I hope it's innocent, but I don't think so. This guy smells like a fucking actor to me. For one thing or another, whether it's for the org, or if it's for his own self social persona built up or whatever. For whatever it is, right? That's he screams inauthentic, and that's very unfortunate. When it happens anywhere, by the way, famous or not, it'll always like hurt my heart a bit. But we're here.
Are you caring about something? That's gay.
Listen, trolling can be funny and fun. I get it. I get it as the fun part, but then it like reaches a point where now you're Nick Fuentes. Like, I mean, now you're in your own version of an HBO documentary saying, you know what, I kind of regretted what happened 10 years ago. Like, now you're doing that shit. I keep warning about and crying about. They're doing that thing. But whatever. Let's keep playing. You know what? Good for him. Although the thing, it's actually, never mind. Not good for him when it comes to, hey, my family members did this. So you know what? I avoid it. That screams one of my favorite characters. It screams the Cowardly Lion. Not because you need to go do crack or heroin to find out whether you like it or not. Not saying that. It's more of, no, I'm like this because I'm like this. That's different than I avoid that because, oh my God, look at the warning signs of, congenital crack addiction or whatever the fuck it is.
Well, even like
Whatever.
simpler, it's like I avoid that because they're like this. So you're literally living for like you're living your life based on how somebody else lived theirs.
Yep. That's
And
his
it's
comedy
almost
too.
Like,
That's his edge
and
lording too.
that's a lot of things too. Yeah.
No, he said
And that's
he
a lot
said
of
that.
things too, because people do it. But people do it even on a smaller scale, where it's like, oh, I like this sport because my dad likes this sport, and I watch and you know what I mean, like that whole thing. Versus like, I like it, so it's kind of the same thing.
Exactly. No, it is. It's the same arena of things for sure. And he said that what he thinks his generation's comedy is that of playing the opposite side of the coin. Yeah, like, hey, this is what is acceptable. I'll do the opposite for the sake of, I don't know, punk rock or feeling like rebellious or different or
for the bit
revolutionary or whatever the fuck their idea is, right? Which is not
Committing to the
actually
bit.
the thing. And they'll realize that, as Nick is saying right now. I realized that after 10 years. Okay.
It's easier to make jokes about it than to actually like engage with how you feel about something. It's easier to just like make a joke and
Yeah.
and never really be serious.
Yes, but he's also
Yeah.
not Arnold. Does it? Okay. Like the Arnold archetype is like, oh, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He's hurting inside. He's hurting physically, right? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. I can do it like an Arnold
Yo, you know
voice.
what, Jordan? I'm the rational lion. Fear is a logical response to danger. Fuck you guys.
Go ahead, Jordan. Ask a question.
Hello, James. Well, look, the idea of like,
I
yeah,
can't tell, was that Arnold or
it's just a
Bobcat?
scratch, right? Like that's
It's
different.
just a scratch. I'm bleeding out. Help! Don't listen to him. I'm dying.
Bleeding out. I'm dying.
But even that has like an honor code to it versus what I think Nick is going towards.
No, Anna, help me.
Do not encourage this, Jesse. Please. Please,
There's
Jesse.
a difference. They should be
The
pointed
horn
out.
is blasting.
Jesse, I'm right
My
here.
blood is
Challenge
draining.
me.
Help
Challenge me
me.
now.
You see what you did.
Women and children behind me. Me first. Help me now.
Shut up.
I'm dying.
Anyways,
I'm not going
yes, the
down on the
Arnold, Bruce
Titanic.
Willis,
Give me the life
Die
force.
Hard, whatever.
I'm dying hard. Help me.
To be or not to be.
The archetype of the character
Annihilated.
is a difference, okay?
My pupils are dilating.
Shut the fuck up.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm moving on. Anyways, moving on. All right.
We're moving on to the live. Help.
Here's more Jinkle. I mean, sorry, Nick Fuentes. Here we go.
Do not run away from me,
And it
Jordan.
just devastated my family, devastated both of my parents, and so I know I have that addictive personality and probably have the genetics for it, and not only that, but I like being rational. I like having my sober mind.
Sorry, one more thing. That's called massacring yourself. I don't exist. My genetics do. That's who I am over there. I don't exist. My sense of self is not real. It's an illusion. What's real is little things under a microscope in lab somewhere. That DNA. Yeah, that's me. Like, come on. Like, who could actually say that with a straight fucking face? But here we go. It's ridiculous.
For their entire lives, and it just devastated my family, devastated both of my parents, and so I know I have that addictive personality and probably have the genetics for it, and not only that, but I like being rational. I like having my sober mind. I think that's actually a sacred thing. To have unimpaired reason. So the thought of losing control
Failed at that.
and even being tempted to get into, worse things, I just thought it's just not worth the risk. So it's just never for me.
Well, how much, by the way, sorry, do we have time? Yeah. Is it, how much do you think COVID warped not just your generation, but everybody? Because I have this theory that there was this thing that broke for us with COVID. And that nobody's really come to terms with how traumatic that was for everyone.
And especially for the younger generations. Yeah. I think severely less for the older generations, but for the younger people, missing the graduations, missing critical years in school. That's when the socialization happens. That's when you learn to get along. And so you think about how this generation is going to grow up having 2 to 3 lost years.
Almost.
No sports, no school, no extracurriculars, vacations. It's devastating. And we already had a problem with that isolation, social dislocation, loneliness. I can't even imagine. So it's going to be devastating, I think. But that's
it's
a
like
lockdown.
Cliche-ness. So maybe if you're watching this video after this, put your phone or computer away, go outside, make a friend, just do anything.
This
but
guy
scroll
keeps saying that.
Is there not a cliche-ish thing to this, or like a after-school program or after-school message thing?
Yeah.
Like going on with that?
Yeah, he's selling something. It's like he's got an NGO or something related to this, and this guy was pushing it from way earlier, and he just kept he was bringing up the isolation stuff a few times. And look at this, he got commercials and shit.
It's like empty messaging almost. And the Andrew Callaghan guy, what was it? There's a sex thing with him. He got Me Too'd or something like that, I guess. Is what the kids call it, right? He got Me Too'd.
They do.
Who?
The host, right? Andrew Callaghan.
Andrew.
Yeah. It's okay. But now he's like, hey guys, maybe put your phone down and tell someone you love them. Okay. Thank you, School of Rock, or
I love
House
you,
of,
Arnold.
what's it called? Whatever.
Schoolhouse
Junction. What's your function?
What's today's mathematics?
Yeah. Thanks, guys, for the Magic School Bus. Thank you for telling me about it.
You're welcome.
It's just like,
or I mean, it could be dare kind of. Don't do drugs like Hunter kids.
Unless it's steroids.
Who's this?
They should definitely put a dare T-shirt on Hunter Biden right there. Have the entire interview with that on.
He might as well have. He needs to do all of his interviews in a dare shirt.
If you're gonna edgelord and be meta with your jokes,
Don't give
might as
him
well do
any
that.
subs.
Might as well
do it.
Do you dare to be Olympia?
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Put your phone or computer away, go outside, make a friend, just do anything but scroll to the next video. Back in the day during Nickelodeon, they had Go Outside Day.
Oh yeah.
You know, I feel like we need like one day a week where it's mandated in a tech oligarch sense that no one can go on their phone or use the computer.
Man, I would love that. I mean, that's one thing.
It's like Seb's talking about video games. The technological oligarchy. Maybe we should like go outside. Like it sounds like forced and not real. Sorry, Sebs. It is what it is. Are those Pokemans? Like forced fakery action? It sounds like that. Okay. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
You know, I feel like we need like one day a week where it's mandated in a tech oligarch sense that no one can go on their phone or use the computer.
Man, I would love that. I mean, that's one thing. Is if we could, the one thing we could all agree on. The way I say it now is you're all carrying around a bag of heroin in your pocket. Everybody is, and it's probably even more dangerous in some ways.
The crackhead right there.
Would either of you guys ever run for office?
Oh God.
Are you asking me for real?
Yeah.
I just popped in. It was good, y'all.
No.
Yes.
I think that politics, the way that my dad
actually,
engaged,
living still.
Funny enough, analytical.
I think the politics, the way my dad. Okay. All right, go ahead.
I think Hunter called himself a crackhead at least 5 times in this entire interview.
Yeah, he's been doing. He did it on Candace's show too.
Yeah.
I was a crackhead. You
So
are.
I ain't saying nothing wrong. I ain't saying nothing wrong.
I mean, I'm sure he's more than a crackhead, so I'm not gonna like just call somebody that. But yeah, he did engage in crack.
He had a pipe. He had the pipe. That's the lowest drug that you can.
I mean, I know other
use
people
is
who've also done
pipe.
crack, and I don't call them crackheads.
I mean, he's smoking a pipe. He's smoking a pipe.
I'm just saying.
It's like
Smoking
a
a glass
punchline for him. It's like
Yeah.
self-deprecation.
It's kind of.
thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna feed into it. I don't know.
Fair enough.
Kind of mean. That's just me.
Fair enough. All right, let's keep playing. Here we go.
Pocket. Everybody is, and it's probably even more dangerous in some ways.
Would either of you guys ever run for office?
Are you asking me for real?
Yeah.
No. I think that politics, the way that my dad engaged in it, and I'm obviously incredibly biased, is an incredibly noble thing. But that's not. It's not where my head
You can't
is
be
in terms
trusted,
of
bro.
what I want to do. I want to reach.
This is nuts.
My whole thing is that forget all of this. I want to reach 1 million people in addiction. I think one of the biggest things about addiction, and one of the reasons why it continues to be this, epidemic, is that we don't talk about it. Is that you don't even talk about it around your dinner table, and what you realize if you're coming from my particular unique situation is that everybody comes to me and they tell me their story, and sharing that is like, breaks that cycle of shame. And so I want to reach 1 million people in addiction.
How about you, Nick? Would you ever run for office?
I don't think so, no. Just
he
because
knows
you
he
can't,
can't.
I don't think you can fully be authentic when you're running for office because it's a different.
You're authentic? You're authentic? What?
Nick, you can't be authentic and do that. I can. You can't. You can't be authentic because of the ideas you say
Switch
out
up when you
loud.
want to be white and Mexican. It's like, yo, come on, bro, get out of here, man.
Listen,
I'll be back.
Oh, he also can't run for office.
That's my line.
A Fed from Chicago.
if you take the words that he says, that like, yo, this is what I believe in, like where he's in like serious voice mode for Nick at least. If he's like that, like, listen, yeah, if you were authentic and that's your authenticity, yeah, no one's voting for you. Like, no, you're not getting support. Sorry, except for a small, tiny, minuscule population of the internet. That's it. That's it. I could be authentic and run for government or whatever the fuck. You can't,
I already
Nick.
did.
You can't, Nick. Unfortunately.
James, the fact that I can hear your phone ding when I'm texting you is so irritating. I'm literally telling James to shut the fuck up.
You can
and I
also
just
hear the
it
ding when the dumbbells climb together.
Anyways.
Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
My role, they say, according to the Overton window idea.
Ideas that are inside the Overton window
What?
are ideas that are politically safe.
Okay.
The public
All right.
is
I
ready
thought that
to
was going to be a
accept them.
commercial.
They say that if you want to change people's opinions and what they consider acceptable, you kind of have to be the first to the punch and maybe considered a bad person or evil or whatever in order to promote your view. And so that just doesn't lend itself to that kind of politics. So I think to protect my own integrity and authenticity of the message, I have to not run for office.
See what we just did? We just made
to protect
probably the
authenticity.
entire audience happy. One half is glad I'm not running. The other half is really glad he's not running.
Well, if not you guys, then is there any candidate or prospective candidate that you feel like could run in 2028 that would, have?
No, wait, because I believe Nick has a secret candidate that he hasn't said yet. I wonder if he says it here. Here we go.
It's me, Arnold.
Imagine. Anyway, all right,
It's Democrat, right?
I think it's I don't know. Let's hear. Here we go.
Fair shot that y'all support?
Nobody in particular for me. I honestly haven't really been too impressed
Wait,
with
I thought you had
who's
like
come out of the
a secret
Republican Party.
candidate. What the
So I'm
fuck?
hoping they'll just be somebody we haven't heard of, somebody maybe that hasn't been in office before.
He's voting for Gavin Newsom in 20.
That's right. Yeah. Well, if it's
Yeah.
Newsom and Vance, I'd
Yeah.
certainly think about it.
Yeah.
How about you? Anybody that, creates a twinkle in your eye?
No, I
like
think
an
that there are a
ending,
lot
but
of
I
people.
thought there was
I
like
mean,
a-
I know that you think that you're going to
Almost
me,
fist
but
fight.
I personally like Gavin
is that
Newsom a lot.
bullshit,
I think
Twitter?
that
Oh my
he's
God.
authentic in those beliefs, whether you agree with them or not. Thomas Massey's principal
likes
stand
Pat
as it
Riley.
relates to the Epstein files was incredibly courageous.
Do not let the Senate muck this
He
bill
likes
up.
Thomas
I
Massey
am sorry
and
if
Gavin
one of your
Newsom.
billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
And that's why he's not going to be a congressman anymore. But that's why, he could potentially make a really strong national candidate.
And you guys think America will exist in a post-Epstein capture freeway?
Will America exist?
Yeah, will America survive the current power structure's stranglehold on the media, the political system, and all public affairs?
I don't know. I
Larry
think
Ellison?
AI is going to really be
I guess.
transformative. It's interesting. Nobody seems to be talking about that.
Transformative in what sense? Like for bad?
Concentration of power. That's the single biggest. And you know what? I'm actually on the liberal side on this with Anthropic over the, let's say, because there's this battle between these effective altruists, effective accelerationists, and I really am nervous about what's going to happen, especially in the next 4 years, because they're racing towards this artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, and that, without a doubt, is going to be the single biggest influence on the country, and so I'm really worried about that.
And what about that concerns you? Is it surveillance?
If that is the thing, if it is that way, that means we lost as human. Sorry, the righteous thinking people, we lost. If that's the case, sorry, we lost in the sense of attention. Like what do people care about? If that's there, we fucking. And in fact, if politics is the forefront of thought, it's an L. It is what it is. And for Nick, who proclaims that crisis king, if that guy was walking around and that was the actual end result, that's an L. It is an L. But then again, who cares, right? Who gives a fuck? Here we go.
It's the concentration of power in the hands of
Nick
whoever
certainly
controls
does
it.
not.
Whichever
I
firm
don't think
is
he
the
does.
one to develop ASI,
He's a faker.
that could confer dictatorial-like
people out there are
powers
fucking
upon the
fakers.
CEO of that company. So whether that's Sam Altman or it's Dario, if the artificial intelligence is aligned with its creator, that person will become the most powerful person in the history of mankind on
It's
on
almost
that
an
day.
inherent truth, in my opinion, what he just said, is that the greatest leap in human evolution is going to happen within our lifetimes. AGI, let alone
Human evolution,
superintelligence, is
technology.
everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes. And I don't think that that's in any way hyperbole. And if you listen to the people that are developing these technologies right now, they are the most alarmist.
I think AI will.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. Why'd you punch that guy?
Bob?
He pissed me off. Evolution, huh? Evolution. Sure. Here we go.
Probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world.
If you want to know what life's
Evolution,
like
they
when you're
call it.
not the apex intelligence, ask a chicken.
And now, by the way, I think that there's an enormous possibility for incredibly beneficial
That was me.
things to society,
Look at that.
like being able to cure cancer. I just think of this one thing. Everything that AI is built on is ours. Belongs to you, and you, and you, all the way back through the human civilization.
Point to
That's what they're
himself, is that
stealing
you?
from us, and they're putting it into the hands of literally a
Oh, no fucking way.
handful of people. All of that human knowledge and the value that comes from it. And I think that that's ours. So any AI that is developed, particularly that goes
The value is
into,
saving
should be
time,
it should be
not the
communal. It
intelligence.
should be shared in the not just
Value
the
is just saving
benefits and
time.
offshoots of it,
Breadth,
but the actual
it's
money
like
of it
you can
should be
cover
shared.
a large scope of a bunch of different things, but it doesn't mean you have like the depth of knowledge, the wisdom, like the fucking
It saves
emotional,
time.
moral intelligence. Like there's just no.
It saves
I don't
time.
know.
It saves time.
Yeah, you can get a summary.
Right?
There you go.
A car can get me down the street faster than a bike, right?
Yeah.
It saves time. But someone's like driving though the entire time. And thus, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, well,
gonna-
these
we're gonna
guys are
focus on
pointing out that the most alarmist, and they point to the CEOs of this, but they have an interest in being alarmist. Like this is how they're making their money right now, and so
Yeah.
like you have to take that into account, and like because these ideas are what gives their companies more value, so it becomes
Okay.
kind of self-fulfilling, and so them being alarmist is not a reason for us to be. And I agree about the need for it to belong to people, but you have to be careful how that gets interpreted. Like, does that mean that government the government the people that it should like control that? Like, you have to be careful with
Yeah.
how people mean that, because that is a big reason why there is this alarmist also, is because they want the government to regulate it to such a way where they don't have competitors. So
Well, I don't think they mean I don't think they mean open source. I think they mean private sector, which is still quote unquote the people.
No. I think Jesse's point,
Not really.
like, if I'm guessing here, but I think what he meant was like, hey, the government is supposed to be like the people, right? They're representatives that we pick, which means they are us. Which means when they regulate or decide this or that with any topic, thus they are the people, and thus if they control AI or whatever that phenomenon might be, that means it's people control. But in reality, it's not actually the actual people, right? It's something else. It's a company or government attachment thing instead of like actual people.
Well, either which way, I don't think they mean open source.
No, well, yeah.
What do you mean they?
I don't think they mean that
The-
in regards to
the company owners?
governments or companies. I don't think that at all.
Yeah, none of them mean that, but that's closer to what we would need. Like, being in the private sector doesn't help because they consolidate their control. Being in the government sector doesn't help because they also, well, they basically can make the laws, right? And they do the surveillance. So the only real thing that is a we that would be useful for us is having that information distributed, which has its own risks too, but that seems like, in my mind, the lesser risk.
It's yeah, it's Jordan Land basically. Like the thing I fucking cry about all day and night. Like, we should be able to like use this stuff for like actual benefits for us, as beings on Earth, and for the sake of the better experience on planet Earth. But instead, we don't do that apparently. So thus we have to like think about, okay, what dumb fuck will do what with this shit? What's gonna happen now? What will the dumb fucks do? That's where we're at.
Are you recording?
Yes.
Remember those sites I allegedly was talking to you about regarding piracy, how they're bad and stuff, and you shouldn't do it?
Yes. And
that should be.
And I never would either, by the way. I would never do that.
Right.
But yes, go ahead.
You would never support it, is what you mean. But yeah,
exactly.
I don't know if it's. I think it should be soon if there is a fight occurring. So, well, there is, but I think it should be soon.
I was aware of that.
So I don't know if you could.
I was looking at the clock. We are basically almost done with this.
Okay. I'll let you finish. Yeah.
4 minutes left in this video, and I will look for that that alleged thing that allegedly exists. All right.
Yeah, we got to report it. So.
All right, let's just play the rest of this. Here we go. But yes, good point. Good points, guys. Here we go.
And the not just the beneficial offshoots of it, but the actual money of it should be shared.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Where's the fist fight
it's
at,
like
though?
nuclear bombs, but it's also a commodity at the same time. The weapons potential, the economic potential, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And I hope on some level that liberals win that argument because, you know, what Trump is doing with the Pentagon, Anthropic, and OpenAI, the way they're handling it is so reckless and sloppy and just...
But Nick, by your own okay. If Trump is doing that, then he's not your side. So thus he's not the thing you're saying he is. He's not a Republican or a conservative or a right winger, right? Why are you like putting it in that category over and over and over? Like, why do they all do that too? By the way, it's like, why not just call them like they're not that? They're not left. They're not right. They're fakers and liars. So thus, they're not that thing. There we go.
Just honestly unbelievable. So we need some adults in the room on that one.
Well, it's been a great conversation. I appreciate you guys for coming. You guys have any final questions you want to ask to each other, or maybe a message you want to give to the American people?
I still believe in these conversations, and I think everyone that's watching.
Yeah. Okay, fine, fair enough. Here we go.
America, and I truly believe in these conversations. And I think everyone that's watching would think that I would not want to sit down with Nick. And this, I guess, what I'm getting at with you is that I hope you see the humanity of me, and so when the way that you talk in the future takes that into consideration. And what I'll do is I'll see the humanity in you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a great conversation, and I think that, you know, we have to come together on the things that we agree on, which is, for example, that we love the country, we both believe in America, we both want the country to succeed, and I like what you said, that we see the fundamental humanity in each other. And I think that, you know, especially in the events of the last year, the killing of Charlie Kirk, you realize that's actually not something that people on both sides share. I think there's people on the right and the left that don't see the humanity in the other side. And so maybe that's the new consensus, or that's where we can come together, is on the basis that, you know, we disagree on fundamental issues, and even sometimes it gets heated and we yell at each other, but that we do ultimately want the best for each other. We love each other. We want the country to succeed. And I think that's a starting point for any solution and any conversation.
All right, America.
Like, why is that like an allergic reaction on his own show? Like, why can't he just like talk that way? Like, why can't he say that? Why is that so wrong to do it like on his own show? I don't get it. Hey, you know, like unity and like work together, and like, why can't he just do that? Why isn't that just him? So like, someone's faking here. One personality of Nick or the other personality of Nick. Someone's like, between those two, like someone's lying. Like, what is real, Nick?
Did he ever call out Hunter Biden on anything?
No.
So this was just, what's wrong with you, Nick, is what this should have been called.
The thing I heard like a Twitter rumor of like, hey, these guys had like a problem with each other. Bullshit, apparently. Absolutely. Or sorry, in recording, bullshit. Maybe off camera, but either it's like, what difference does that make? Like, actually, right? The point is like actually like have like a discussion and like talk about this shit and say some words here or there and ideas back and forth. But no, I got a very empty cone conversation with a host who's also empty coned. It's just cones with no ice cream, basically. Pause. But I'll let them finish real fast and then move on. Honestly, here we go.
I thought there was supposed to be a fight.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. Sorry. Rumors on Twitter, I guess, but apparently not the case. But all right, here we go.
American brothers.
Fake news.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Anyways, ending this.
I want to see if there's a fight.
There's What, a minute left? Okay, fine.
Thanks, buddy.
2 minutes left.
After interviewing Hunter and Nick about a variety of contentious topics,
post-credit
not limited
fight
to,
scene.
but including the Iran war and ongoing conflict in the Middle East, I thought to myself, you know what? Maybe I should just go. Maybe I should apply for a visa from the IRGC and fly to Tehran to go to a Death to America rally, after which I'll scour the
Not
scene
so
to
good,
find
Michael
the underground
Moore.
culture of the city and figure out how unveiled Tehran street folks actually feel about the government, and eat some great food and see some sights while I'm at it. So I did just that with the help of the OG Vice News crew. If you guys want to see our extensive coverage captured
That's
in
Shane
Iran,
Smith?
go to our Patreon at www.patreon.com.
Okay. Don't join their Patreon, but
So there's no fight.
yeah, that's it. All right.
That's bullshit. Ram Ranch.
Agreed. There's your video. Please subscribe. If you feel like, comment, agree or disagree, let it be known in the comment section. A lot here. I mean, did you get like, was there actually like value for like, I want to know if you're a Nick fan or if you're somehow a Hunter Biden fan somehow. Or, okay, if you're a Nick fan or I hate Nick person, like hate watcher, whatever, like what'd you get out of this? Because I'm smelling, I don't know, like pixie sticks with no sugar in it, bro. It's like empty straws, a straw, basically. Nothing, right? So please, let me know what you like get out of this. I feel like I thought there was something going on, but apparently not. But you tell me. And it might be copyrighted, which means this video might not be coming out anyways. There might be like no views on this thing, or sorry, not allowed to be viewed on YouTube because of Channel 5.
Dude, you spent
Andrew Callaghan.
you spent 7 hours watching this shit too.
I did. I did. Unfortunate, man. But yeah, if there's an idea, then go ahead, say it. Please don't forget to share, support. Hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Also, please join the Discord link if you want to join that. We're in that Discord right now. All pins are welcome, and obviously everything I showed you will be linked, including that potential draft, potential military draft. If you're 18 to 26, which might be Nick's fan base, you may want to like look at that one, study it a little bit, just a little bit. Give it a look if you want to. Most importantly, with all that said, give this video a thumbs down. Wee.